Call to order today's meeting of the Private Forest Accord Mitigation Advisory Committee. And we'll begin the meeting today with a roll call. Andy, do you mind leading us through a roll call?
Please respond in the affirmative if you're present. Chad Washington. Here. Kristen Regard.
Here.
Paul Salinger.
Here.
Pete Curtis. Here. Fran Caparata.
Here.
Andrew Perky.
Here.
Mark Stern.
Here.
We have a quorum. And I was going to continue with ex officios.
Please do.
Mark Krebheimer.
Here.
Weichel.
Here.
Kate Wells.
Here.
Chris Allen.
Here.
Sarah Greger.
Set.
Yep.
Very good. I'd like to take a moment now before the approval of the agenda to just recognize the effort by ODFW, all the ex officio members here, the stream bios, current committee members, as well as Bob Van Dyke, who all together have put in a lot of effort to get this grant program to where we are today. So thank you all for your help and participation. Next, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Everybody's had a chance to review it. There it is.
So moved.
Very good. And a second.
Second.
Okay. Agenda approved, Andy. So the next item we have here is the consent agenda that consists only of the meeting minutes from our January meeting. Assume everybody's had a chance to review those. Is there any requests for corrections? Okay. I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second. Second. Very good. I think that covers that, Andy. And next we have public comment.
Great. This time, it's an opportunity for the public to comment. You have 3 minutes for your comment period. If anyone in the audience here or online, feel free to raise your hand or call on you for public comment. I have a Kevin O'Brien. Feel free to unmute and your time will start.
Thanks very much, and thanks for the opportunity. I just submitted this in the little window to submit the question, but I just wanted to advise you folks I've got a little bit of an unstable connection here this morning, or afternoon rather, so apologize to no camera. But Illinois Valley Watershed Council did receive the $147,000 they requested as match funding for the project that is preliminarily ranked at number 35, the East Fork project from the Illinois Valley Watershed Council. We just recently received notification that we did secure that, the amount that we had asked for in full. And I just wanted you folks to have that for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, I will add on that would mean that if we were fully funded, if rankings were to change enough or whatever, if we fell within the amount to be funded, that would fully fund this first phase of that initiative for us. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, is there any other member of the public who'd like to raise their hand, submit public comment? At this time, we don't have any other members of the public. I hand it back to you, Chad.
Very good. Thank you, Andy. Next item we have up is the staff report. Andy, could you please lead us through that?
All right, so I'm just going to do a real brief overview of the solicitation from last year. This is a lot of information that you guys have seen in different print-offs and reports. We had 6 different review regions conducting our initial reviews. We had over 100 reviewers involved in this process. It was a pretty comprehensive effort. Hopefully that came across in some of the comments and feedback to the committee. We had 74 submissions throughout the state, as you can see on screen here, with over $43 million in requested funding, which was a huge success. Really demonstrated the need for this kind of funding across the state. We were excited to facilitate it more than we were expected, and we were very happy. As you can see, a lot of implementation projects on the screen. Just understand that many of these projects are a combination of all of the above, though, as you're looking at this map. Won't get too much into that, as I said. You've already seen it. We had a pretty diverse set of applying organizations and project type. One of the primary was watershed councils and some nonprofits you see on here. But we had various other state agencies, some private companies, a tribal. So we're happy to see that. We're looking forward to kind of enhancing our engagement for the next solicitation next year. But there was pretty good interest in this first one. As you can see, implementation kind of was the primary project, which makes sense. We really promoted shovel in the ground for this round. But again, we had some planning, some research. So it was a great mix. We're really happy with it. I won't be taking up too much time with this staff report as we have a really packed agenda. But just some background. So this is a 2-day meeting. This first day will be presentations from the regional bios across the way here. They will be presenting from each of their regions on the projects that are critical and high priority. It's one thing just to note for everyone in attendance today and online that the priority rankings are not that of the committee, but are a staff recommendation as low, medium, critical, and high. So just please keep that in mind as these are being presented today. We will be presenting on just the critical and high ranked projects from the review teams. I have crossed out the MAC score and revisions. You guys saw at the end of the agenda there. Instead of submitting new scores, it will just be a discussion amongst the MACs to see what goes above and below that funding line, and of course the justification, and we'll be taking notes for that the entire time. So there won't be a resubmission of score at the end of the day. Day 2, we will come in tomorrow morning at the same place. It will start at 9 a.m. We'll have our revised funding packet ready, some deliberations, and a majority vote. As the presentations undertake today, it would be great if you could save your questions after each regional presentation. That's kind of the format we were prepared. It's expected to be about 20 or 30-minute presentation from each region, and then there should be plenty of ample time for discussion after that region as we need to. And then, of course, anytime at the end of the day, we can continue with discussion. And then I'm going to hand it back to you, Chad. I just want to housekeeping there.
Very good. Thanks, Andy. Here's we're going to be playing verbal ping pong here because I'm going to hand it back to you to introduce our street bios.
That is good. All right, we are already down there. So let me just get that first presentation up and loaded here, and I will introduce on one screen. All right, so before we get into the first presentation, we have our stream bios who have come in from across the state and taken the time. We very appreciate it. They've been critical in this process. And I mean, like underline, bold, critical. They've been very helpful the entire way. They've provided some great expertise. They've taken the time and the patience to work with us. So we're really excited to have you guys here today and engage with the committee. We're looking forward to all of your presentations. First one is Kelsey Anderson. She'll be presenting in just a minute here, but then we have AJ, plays Albert Vandemelin. Okay, Vandal. Sorry about that. We have Palm Olstead here, Kirsten Ressel, Jeremy Webster, and Kevin Gray. Thank you again for taking the time. Kelsey, you are welcome to present from your seat, or you can come up here. It's up to you.
Okay, this is the, yeah.
So just let me know as you want to advance, and we'll go from there.
Okay. And can you make sure that everybody online is muted as well?
Sorry?
Please make sure that all of our guests online are muted.
Yes, I will be.
Okay.
Get on that right now. Thank you. All right, Kelsey, we'll hand it over to you when you're ready.
Yeah, as Andy had mentioned, my name is Kelsey Anderson. I'm the private forest report stream biologist based out of Tillamook, and I will be giving a presentation for Region 1. First, I just want to kind of give some regional context and background. For HCP species within this region, we have native salmon and cutthroat trout, green sturgeon. And for amphibians, we have Columbia torrent salamander, coastal giant salamander, coast giant salamander, and the coastal tailed frog. Within this region, coho streams should receive priority funding. Limiting factors for coho are loss of rearing habitat and lack of stream complexity. Some common issues within this region are degraded water quality and habitat, fish passage, loss of cold water refugia, cut off sloughs and wetlands. Natural recruitment of large wood is also an issue within this area, and loss of rearing and off-channel habitat, which is due to agriculture and diking. The recommended conservation actions for this region are to maintain and enhance in-channel watershed function and connection to riparian habitat, flow, and hydrology. This is kind of a general recap slide of our region's proposals. So we had $11,082,687.20 requested. This is 26% of the available, or sorry, 26% of the total funds that were requested. 11 proposals were submitted within this region. 8 were implementation, 2 were planning, and 1 covered multiple project types. 4 out of 6 counties within this region were represented. This is Clatsop, Tillamook, Columbia, and Washington. However, the 2 southern regions, Polk and Yamhill, are shared with Region 2. So some projects may have been submitted for these counties, but they just went to Region 2 for review. For my next slides, it'll be our critical and high priority projects, just in a little bit more detail. So the first one we'll start with is Clear, Southport, Clear Creeks, and Northport Largewood and Fish Passage Restoration. The applicant for this project was the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Project type is implementation with a cost of $300,629. The HCP species listed on the application were native salmon and trout. This includes Oregon Coast coho salmon, Oregon Coast steelhead, and the coastal cutthroat trout. The project is 2.65 miles of improved stream connectivity by upgrading 3 failing and undersized culverts, as well as removing infrastructure in the stream channel at a 4th crossing, as well as increasing 1.85 miles of in-stream habitat capacity by installing 25 large wood structures and adding additional large woody debris for the streams. The benefits of this project is it will focus on improving in-stream habitat capacity and stream connectivity for the Oregon Coast coho, with additional benefits to other species, including steelhead, coastal cutthroat trout, and the Pacific and Western brook ray. This project is proposing to eliminate all remaining fish passage barriers in the restoration reaches, while also improving in-stream habitat that does not currently meet Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife's habitat benchmark for large wood, thereby improving natural stream processes and functions. They also have support from multiple local partners, including watersheds. One of the concerns for this proposal was the proposed monitoring plan is limited. It mentions establishing photo points at the newly installed culverts and large wood structure sites and taking photos up to 1 year after the project completion. This can be problematic because the recovery of habitat functions related to large wood is a long-term process, and benefits of the proposed action would not be fully realized potentially for multiple years. It also lacks some description of post-project maintenance to ensure that newly installed culverts remain functional and continue to provide adequate fish passage. The review team had ranked this one as critical. The next project I'll talk about is building beaver influenced landscapes to support HCP species in the Tualatin River watershed. The applicant was the Tualatin River Watershed Council. This project type was multiple, listed implementation, planning, and stakeholder engagement with a asking cost of $399,796.25. The HCP listed species within this application was the coastal giant salamander, coastal tail frog, Columbia torrent salamander, Pope's giant salamander, southern torrent salamander, and native salmon and trout, which were steelhead of the upper Willamette River, coho, and the coastal cutthroat trout. This project is looking to open 1.32 miles of stream and restore 0.273 miles and 16 floodplain acres. There would be removing fertile fish passage barriers to enhance in-stream habitat complexity and connectivity in 2 headwater streams in the Gales Creek watershed. By strategically removing barriers and placing large wood in stream, the aim is to boost spawning and rearing habitat for steelhead. This application is also looking to survey beaver habitat and conducting a bioblitz for HCP amphibians. With the beaver surveys, this would be to pinpoint priority stream reaches where beavers' damming activities can effectively support HCP species. This will offer data on stream reaches suitable for beaver occupancy, informed planning, facilitating targeted strategies, and enhancing the success of restoration and conservation efforts for HCP species. For the BioBlitz, this would help to map the distribution of HCP amphibians, validate modeling efforts, and identify habitat preferences. For the benefits of this application is to benefit HCP species at a multiple scale approach, including basin, sub-basin, and site scales, with commitments from multiple project partners and some of the work being shovel ready. These restoration projects are in the high priority area of the Tualatin. This would also advance beaver population knowledge and habitat in a beaver emphasis area. Some concerns about this application are specific details concerning implementation are lacking, including specific details on the large wood installation methodology and work area isolation procedures. The review team had ranked this project as a high priority. Myrtle Creek Fish Passage Project. The applicant for this project was Trout Unlimited. The project type is implementation with a cost of $755,128.77. With the HCP species of native salmon and trout. This includes the Oregon Coast coho salmon, Pacific Coast chum, Oregon Coast winter steelhead, Oregon Coast Chinook salmon, and sea run cutthroat trout. Trout Unlimited Super Salmon Highway is proposing construction of a 42-foot bridge to replace the deteriorating perched and undersized culvert that creates a fish passage barrier at the Kilches River. Benefits are there are 100% of design plans and it's almost entirely permitted. This is one of Salmon Superhighway's high priority crossings for this basin. Due to its location near the mouth of the stream, this culvert limits passage of nearly all capable fish to habitats within the Myrtle Creek subbasin. Opening access to as much tributary habitat as possible will increase habitat connectivity within the system. This also addresses fish passage issue and benefit critical infrastructure needed for local landowners and numerous recreationalists that annually visit a popular county campground. The Salmon Superhighway's focus on creating long-term climate resilient solutions ensures that transportation infrastructure has full aquatic organism passage and can accommodate increased flows projected to occur when created. Some concerns of this application is the cost in relation to the stream assessed metric is a bit high. The PFA request is significant and the net map intrinsic potential data on Myrtle Creek upstream of the Kilchen River Road suggests habitat may have limited benefits for coho, chinook, and chum. The budget was difficult to assess as contractual costs pertaining to construction were presented as a single lump sum. And the review team had ranked this project priority level as high. The next project will be the Nehalem Basin Partnership In-Stream Enhancement Project with applicant of Lower Nehalem Watershed Council. This is an implementation project type with a cost of $304,994.80. for the HCP species of the coastal giant salamander, coastal tailed frog, Columbia torrent salamander, and native fish and trout, native salmon and trout. This includes Oregon Coast coho, Oregon Coast winter steelhead, Oregon Coast chinook, Pacific Coast chum, and the coastal cutthroat trout. This application was for 8 in-stream habitat enhancement projects, 158 large woody debris structures affecting 9 miles of in-stream habitat within the Nehalem watershed. Benefits of this project is to improve floodplain interaction, nutrient exchange, gravel sorting, in-stream habitat diversity, and off-channel habitat improvements. This project focuses on addressing primary and secondary limiting factors for Oregon Coast coho by increasing stream complexity, restoring floodplain interactions, and providing in-stream habitat complexity in focal watersheds, while also benefiting steelhead and chinook salmon, as well as resident and migratory cutthroat. The proposed locations are in field verified anchor habitat tributary junctions or at high intrinsic potential production reaches. This project is also consistent with multiple action plans and priorities, including the Oregon Coast Coho Conservation Plan and the NOAA's Fisheries Final ESA Recovery Plan for Oregon Coast Coho salmon. Increased amount of high quality summer and rearing habitat is essential for resilient salmon populations. The Nehalem Basin estuary is also among the largest within the Oregon Coast coho ESU. Some concerns of this application is it does not describe the longevity of the large woody debris structures in the Salmonberry Nehalem, which are areas of high flows. Within the application, it mentions that the Salmonberry is not a project location that's appropriate for site-fitted large wood placement, so the review team would have liked to see a little bit more detail on addressing that. The proposal also seems to rely somewhat on competitive fit funding from OWEB. The regional review team had ranked this project as high and did have a comment that if funding is limited, perhaps recommending setting the Salmonberry portion aside, as this application is addressing critical needs within this basin. Next project is the Nehalem Basin Partnership Passage and Habitat Enhancement Designs. This applicant is also the Nehalem or the Lower Nehalem Watershed Council with a project type of planning with a cost of $561,193.68. The HCP species are the coastal giant salamander, the coastal tailed frog, Columbia torrent salamander, and native salmon and trout, which would be the Oregon Coast coho, Oregon Coast winter steelhead, Oregon Coast chinook, Pacific Coast chum, and the coastal cutthroat trout. This application is for engineering and design work for 4 in-stream habitat enhancement projects and 1 tide gate modification. 2.5 miles of the road may be decommissioned, and 7 miles of in-stream enhancements, as well as access to 2 miles of slough, which is currently blocked by a gate. The benefits of this application is this project is focused on addressing primary and secondary limiting factors for Oregon Coast coho and focal watersheds. Per ODFW's habitat and barrier inventory, the Gallagher Slough Tide Gate is a priority fish passage barrier for some native and migratory fish and could use a large improvement to estuarine rearing habitat in the face of climate change. Some of the concerns is uncertainty regarding the outcome of site evaluations to determine project feasibility and securing landowner agreements. As stated in the proposal, uncertainties regarding geotechnical considerations or site access may hamper timelines and feasibility of some of the proposed sites, particularly at the tide gate, which is also potentially the site with the biggest benefits within this application. This proposal also seems to somewhat rely on competitive fit funding from OWEB, and the budget is costly for design work. If it's not awarded, the proposal did indicate some parts would move forward individually, though prioritization was not provided. The review team had ranked this project as high. The last project I'll talk about in detail with these slides is the Patterson Creek project with the applicant of City of Bay City. This is an implementation type project with a cost of $6,989,030. The HCP species are native salmon and trout. This would be Chinook, coho salmon, steelhead, and lamprey. This project is to eliminate fish passage barriers along reaches 3 through 6 in Patterson Creek, as well as improve quality habitat suitable for spawning and rearing for anadromous fish populations in the Tillamook Bay for 3.7 miles of Patterson Creek. The benefits of this application is proposed riparian restoration activities with improved hydrologic and sediment processes that may result from barrier removal could contribute to high quality spawning and rearing within the system, as well as city and community engagement in this project seems strong. This proposed project generally aligns with the basic recovery strategy for coho salmon populations that aim to protect freshwater reaches that currently contain high quality habitat and restore reaches with potential for additional high quality habitat. This applicant has also engaged in other funding sources and has acquired a significant amount of MAP for the proposed project, which was $1,185,700. Concerns with this application is this is an extremely high request for PFA funding, representing nearly 70% of funds available for this grant cycle. This budget is high and somewhat hard to justify for 3.7 miles of coastal fish habitat without further ecological benefit rationale. Similarly, the budget details can likely be rough at this time due to the design phases and numerous constraints such as residencies within this area. This project would result in increased access to potential spawning and rearing habitat. However, provided descriptions of existing conditions indicate the majority of Patterson Creek is characterized by a lack of in-stream complexity due to the lack of large woody debris, minimal interaction with floodplain, and impaired sediment quality. These marginal conditions suggest the capacity of Patterson Creek to support coho spawning and rearing may be limited. The review team had ranked this project as high. And now I have time for any questions you may have.
Thank you for that presentation. That was great. Really appreciate that insight. Yeah, this time, if the committee has any questions, again, we don't have to. We can move through the presentations and have a discussion after too, so don't feel pressured to. But this is an opportunity.
How much did the project type, there was at least one planning project, is that right? And in the degree of readiness for implementation inform your ranking and scoring?
For the review team, when we were looking at projects, we were kind of looking at a project just solely on its own.
Okay.
And so when it came to implementation, then looking at, percentage of designs that maybe were done versus their timeline that they had applied for versus planning. We just kind of looked at each.
And did each region follow a similar approach? Okay, thank you.
I have a question, and I don't know if you were looking at this on the Wallen River watershed one, the buildings river influence landscapes. That was in my packet. It appeared to me that that project was almost entirely funded, that there was a lot that was going to be happening and that this was kind of tacking on to some budgets that they had already set for the in-stream work components. Is that marry up with your understanding?
I have to get back to you on.
Yeah, no worries. I only need to flag it for the group and that it's kind of a weird use of the PFA dollars to kind of patch budget holes at the end. And we actually had a couple of those in our suite of applications. And I think that kind of merits a conversation for us as a group about, what role we're playing there, how much conservation we can take credit for in that circumstance, and do we grapple with whether or not the project is going to happen, whether or not we make the funding, right? That is to say, is there any kind of, are we actually enabling the project? And so that was one that just kind of stood out to me. And I do think it's probably worth following up a little bit. Well,
Yeah, no, thanks for your work on this. I guess my question pertains to the amphibians. The Tualatin Basin Project has their BioBlitz, which was fine, but the other ones that mentioned them to me came off more as fish projects. And the amphibians were almost incidental. I didn't see a lot in there that really talked about how they were really going to benefit amphibians. They're there. It's almost an assumption that simply by improving habitat, you're going to improve amphibians. The fact is, when you open up habitat, you're letting fish, which are predators on those amphibians, into it. It may actually have a negative impact on them, albeit overall an ecologically beneficial impact. So I'm just curious from your perception, because you didn't highlight it as a concern, whether you felt there was really sufficient information in those applications to say that it was truly going to benefit amphibians and that they were really thinking about those beyond the fact that simply they're there and assuming that habitat benefits will benefit them too.
Yeah, I think based off these applications with listing amphibians, just kind of knowing with some of the basic life needs and threats to the listed amphibians, looking at various of those stream dwelling amphibians need cold to cool and clear surface water flows with in-stream microhabitat complexity. And so I think a lot of the applications, like with large woody debris and stuff, we're looking at, there could be some habitat benefits as well as like with floodplain connection.
Apply upon Keith's suggestion. I think that's something we also need to put in the list for further discussion, is how we really quantify amphibian benefits, because I don't think we should just assume that because they're there and we're improving the habitat quality that we're really doing something for amphibians, or at least hold folks accountable to really tracking that before and after to see if we are really substantially changing their abundance and distribution.
on that point, would the solution there be for them to not claim they were benefiting amphibians? You know what I mean?
I guess where people put them into applications, I'd like to see more
I
about
see.
what they think
I
the
see.
benefits are, specifically whether they think those species are really in that reach, whether they know they're in that reach, or are all the ones listed truly there, or do they just suspect they're there? Or are they at bare minimum going to do some surveys to determine whether it really does benefit them? And that's probably what it really comes down to, is making sure that one, we know what's there before and we know what's there after over time. Because I think otherwise we're kind of working in this information void with amphibians, just assuming that what benefits fish probably benefits them.
The Clear and South Fork Clear Creeks project. ODFW is the applicant on that, but it looks like all of the culverts on Weyerhaeuser lands. Is that correct? And so does Weyerhaeuser own the road infrastructure there as well?
We should look into it.
Yeah, we'll look into that. I can see.
Okay, so I was just trying to tease out for some of these projects, if these culvert replacements would be required already under the private forest accord, or if this is additional uplift beyond what's already obligatory under the new forest regulations. So it would be helpful, just as we look at the ranking of these, since it is mitigation, I think my understanding, I think, would be that we need to make sure we're going beyond for its voluntary activities, if that makes sense.
And that may be true.
And that
to
might
some
be true
degree,
here.
right?
Yeah,
That
I
is to
don't
say,
know.
They may be
Maybe.
doing more than legally required, but I
Yeah.
do think that that's a legitimate question under this
Yeah.
program.
Similar to the question around, does this funding actually mean a project is implemented?
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's right.
I'm on the same
Yeah.
page.
And then
Application is also doing like, I think it was 25 large woody debris placements. And so it did have a portion that I think would also regardless be above.
yeah, that's important. Thank you. And then the other thing I wanted to say, because I forgot to say it in the opening remarks, I think the language we're supposed to use, I have a potential conflict of interest that I wanted to declare, and that I work for Trout Unlimited, and Trout Unlimited is an applicant on some of those projects. I understand I could vote and comment on them, but with an abundance of caution, I will abstain from any comments or feedback or questions on that. So just wanted to cover that.
Yeah, Kelsey, one of the projects in your region that didn't get discussed here had to do with the Tillamook Estuary Partnership, and they do a lot of growing of native plants, and it sounds like they're used in a lot of the restoration projects. I just wondered, as you're familiar with these projects, or as they come up, if the Tillamook Partnership provides a lot of the restoration materials to a lot of these projects, because I found in their application anyway, they suggested they did, but they didn't like have a list of 12 projects that were feeding. I just wondered your sort of experience with the projects in that area, if you saw where you saw their role or how they connected, or maybe that wasn't apparent one way or another.
So that application actually, I believe, went to Kevin because it encompassed both of our reviews.
Okay.
So he might be able to think a little bit more in detail.
I can agree to what you saw. My review, and I think as a team, we saw that there wasn't many specific listed projects tied to the nursery in their application. I think that had an effect on maybe the review process.
Yeah. Okay. And I don't know if this is a question for Andy or for you, but when you said the staff, came out with critical, high, and those different categories, was that by staff, did you mean the department, or did you mean the sort of the roll up of all the technical reviews?
Roll up the review team. So primarily it would have been ODF and W that would have given that combined rating to get there.
And Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA as well? No.
No, they did not comment on the criticalness of the project.
Okay. Great, thanks.
Yeah, and I would also offer that, when we got the raw data in the spreadsheet, right, that had everybody's comments, there was a wide range of kind of nature of review, right, and type of review and how they kind of approached it. I would say, I don't know if anybody from the public is on the call, but I would say that like these scores imply a level of precision and consistency that probably isn't true. There's I think, room to squint at a lot of good projects here, and it's necessarily a little bit arbitrary. But when I was looking at that, if you review those spreadsheets, I think you'll find that different people tackled the project differently.
Yeah, that's very fair to say. Even amongst our own reviewers.
Even amongst us, right? Yes.
And I think that that's fairly normal in grant review committees to have variability among reviewers and how they score things. And I think part of the point in that initial scoring is just that you have consistent criteria by which you're reviewing all projects, and it gives you sort of a first blush sorting.
Yeah.
But it's well within the committee's purview to then bring in additional considerations as they move toward.
Perfect. Exactly.
May I make a comment as well on that? So I think the other component there is because there are different agencies involved in the review process, and everyone has their own personal background in terms of like what their knowledge base is. Like we all come at it from a different lens. I think that's what helps give a better review overall, because like the forester is able to look at it from a much different standpoint than myself as a fish biologist can. And so I think that helps play into the robustness of the reviews as well. But that adds to that additional level of, everyone does things with a little bit different flavor, and then, averaging together the scores, just to try to even things out. But I do think there's also value in the fact that we were trying to touch on different areas and different people with different expertise so they could look at it. And I know when I was tapping on different people for some additional comments for like my own region. I was specifically asking people that had a level of knowledge that was above my own for a specific area of the project. And I'm like, can you comment specifically on this part of the project? Can you tell me if this is, if the applicant stated this accurately, if this is going to be a positive benefit or things like that, and then compiled those together. So I think there were aspects of specifically drawing on people that are more knowledgeable in a certain area and then trying to combine those together in the final review.
Helpful. Thank you for that.
Yep.
And we will continue more discussion after the presentations. And so now let's move to, oh, yeah, I'll just recognize that there is a hand up in the audience and that public comment was closed as of our third agenda item. So if you'd like to save that for tomorrow. Actually, I believe there's no more public
You can
comment.
submit it, you can submit public comment to me on my email.
So if there is public comment, please submit to Andy and we will move to the next region review.
Great, thank you so much for that, Kelsey, we appreciate it. Great job. Next, we have Kevin Gray, will be presenting here for Region 2. Let me get that loaded up. Off to you.
All right, first off, I want to thank everybody for taking the time to be here today and all the hard work we've put in to this point. Yeah, I'm Kevin Gray. I'm presenting Region 2 out of Mid-Coast. And let's start it. So a little regional context and background. Our review team received 9 proposals to the tune of roughly $7.2 million requested. Those proposals were characterized as 6 implementation, 2 planning, 1 research and monitoring. Priority levels were as follows: 1 critical, 5 high, 1 medium, 1 low, and 1 not ready for funding. And all 36 Oregon counties were represented within projects proposed in this region. Next. So further regional context and background, HCP species in the region include coho salmon, Chinook salmon, upper Willamette winter steelhead, coastal cutthroat, coastal chum salmon, coastal giant salamanders, coastal tailed frog, Columbian and southern horned salmon. In the Mid-Coast region, coho streams tend to receive priority funding. However, grant funds provide funding for beaver conservation, riparian restoration, and wood augmentation as well. Common issues within Region 2 include degraded habitat due to agriculture, past forest practices, roads, crossings, and the like. High water temperatures, declining natural populations, ongoing effects of climate change, and in-stream physical habitat, primarily gravels, gravel augmentation, and water quality are primary limiting factors. So the first project I'll speak on is from the Northwest Ecological Research Institute, and it's to determine genetic groups, thermal gradients, effective survey methods, and mitigation of siltation for sensitive stream amphibians. This project is for research and monitoring, asking $106,893. HCP species include coastal giant salamander, coastal tailed frog, Columbian torrent salamander, and southern torrent salamanders. This project aims to update identification, distribution, abundance, and habitat requirements of torrent salamanders and tailed frogs in the Oregon Coast Range. Anticipated benefits include defining habitat requirements for torrent salamanders and tailed frogs, to develop effective protection and restoration of the sensitive species and their habitats. Furthermore, to advance the knowledge of genetic groups and what species exist in the Oregon Coast Range. Regional priority is listed as critical. And I have a couple notes to add to that. Just some of the review team points that I can include are that this project is truly unique and important to PFA management and restoration guidelines of covered amphibians. We're aware of very few projects that focus solely on sensitive species such as HCP covered amphibians. And the importance of further understanding and knowledge of geographic boundaries of known and potentially new species and their habitats. Next project is came from the Mid-Coast Watersheds Council. It's the Beaver Creek Valley Tail Floodplain Restoration Design. This project for planning asking $50,000. HCP species include coho salmon, cutthroat trout, and Pacific giant salamander. This project aims to finalize designs for a restoration project to restore stream and floodplain form, function, and processes in 37 acres of the Beaver Creek Valley. Some expected benefits include to restore floodplain connectivity, in-stream complexity, and healthy riparian habitat, to increase winter and summer rearing habitat for juvenile salmonids, to build resiliency against ongoing impacts of climate change. Co-benefits are also aimed at coastal Chinook, steelhead, Pacific lamprey, and beavers. Furthermore, placement of large wood, planting of riparian vegetation, and installation of beaver dam anchors, BDAs, will restore stream and riparian function and processes. Regional priority is listed as high. Some additional notes from the review team include the fact that multiple native and covered species and beaver will directly benefit. Substantial habitat improvements and connectivity will result. Improved climate resiliency is also anticipated. This project demonstrated positive community support from landowners, watershed councils, and districts, as well as ODFW. A helpful note or an interesting note is of one landowner directly involved with the project. They plan to use their property within the project area as an educational hub for schools and community members alike, to educate the community on the benefits of fish and wildlife habitat enhancement and how they adapt to the challenges of climate change. Project. This one came from the Lucky Mute Watershed Council. It's the North Fork PD Creek Enhancement Project. It is a project aimed at planning and asks $102,077. HCP species listed are upper Willamette winter steelhead and cutthroat trout. This project addresses limiting factors of physical habitat quality and quantity and water quality in North Fork PD Creek. Anticipated benefits include increased bedload retention, improving channel and floodplain interaction, enhanced riparian structure and forest dynamics. This project aims to provide a source of future large wood. Also, enhancement from this project benefits upper Willamette River, steelhead, lamprey, and other species such as beaver. Some project technical review team concerns include continued funding for Lucky Mute Watershed Council staff involved on the project. And one note of concern was also regarding log staging. They wanted to store at E.E. Wilson prior to implementation, which, if you're effectively doubling the cost to mobilize the wood to your project and put it on the regional priority is listed as high. A few team notes include this project, I believe, does have $105,000 in match funds. Actions within the project are directly aligned with the categories of PFA funding. Restoring habitat to a more natural condition, I apologize. Restoring ecological function to the system by creating habitat and enhancing what habitat is already in existence. One final note is also the knowledge that upper Willamette River steelhead have been, in the last few years, they've reached levels of critically low abundance. And this project of this scope and scale ranks of high importance and consideration as it aims to directly benefit Upper Willamette River winter steelhead. Next project comes from the Siuslaw Watershed Council. It's Petaha Creek Coho salmon habitat restoration. The project type is for implementation and mooring, and they are asking $97,505.34. HCP species include coastal giant salamander and native salmon and trout, including coho salmon. The project is to restore natural habitat forming processes, and anticipated benefits include adding large wood to 1.2 miles of essential salmon habitat, increased stream complexity and floodplain connectivity, increased and enhanced spawning and rearing habitat for anadromous salmonids, and addressing primary limiting factors for coho salmon recovery described in the NOAA Oregon Coast Recovery Plan. This regional priority is listed as high. Some additional review team notes include the project aligns with PFA funding measures listed in the Private Forest Authority Grant Fund, restoring degraded natural habitat to natural condition and function of a condition likely to improve climate resiliency, habitat enhancement, and reducing or eliminating threats to HCP covered species. Considering we're approaching another stock assessment for Oregon Coast natural coho, one that could potentially lift coho from the endangered species list within the next 5 years, this project could rate as critical priority in helping achieve that milestone goal in recovery of Oregon's mid-coast coho salmon. Next project comes from the Nestucca, Neskowin, and Sand Lake Watersheds Council. It's the Upper Sutton Creek Fish Passage Project. This project is for implementation, asking $350,258. HCP species include coho salmon, chum salmon, and cutthroat trout. The project aims to improve passage for coho salmon, coastal cutthroat, steelhead, and potentially chum salmon to culvert sites in Sutton Creek. Anticipated benefits are to improve access to spawning and rearing habitat for fish and other aquatic species, improve natural stream function and disturbance regimes, improve channel maintenance and stream flows, allow passage of sediment and organic materials, and to improve access to cold water summer and winter high flow refugia. Regional priority for this project is high. Some additional notes include the Sutton Creek area is classified as essential salmonid habitat by Oregon Department of State Lands. This project aligns with PFA grant funding measure 4, reducing and eliminating threats to HCP covered species. Measure 1, restoring degraded habitat to natural condition and function or a condition likely to improve climate resiliency. And this project clearly aligns with fund priorities and demonstrated a nexus to PFA policy and forest practices. I think this is my final project I'll speak on. This comes from the U.S. Geological Survey. It's for streams and road stream crossings in Oregon, updating critical information on natural and human-built infrastructure. This project type was for implementation, planning and research and monitoring, stakeholder engagement, asking $3,758,972. HCP species include all aquatic HCP species and or across 36 Oregon counties. It's a statewide post, pretty much. The project aims to update critical information on Oregon's natural and human-built infrastructure related to streams, roads, and road stream crossings. Anticipated benefits include the project updates existing hydrography and stream networks, flow permanence, and stream crossing network information on public lands. Additionally, the project parallels focuses of the Private Forest Accord in regards to streams, roads, crossing structures, and flow permanence. Some concerns include well-anticipated workflows of this project and its collaboration with ODFW and other entities have an impact on already heavy workloads of biologists and others. And is this project a duplication of effort? Road crossing networks, stream hydrology, and flow permanence are already being analyzed, reviewed, and updated through multi-agency efforts under and in support of the private forest accord and updated forest practices. Some notes on that, or that, this project simply duplicates efforts actively occurring right now at a cost of over $3 million, which is about a third of what this grant cycle is willing to release for projects. Additionally, in regards to workflows, also some review team concern included, that there will be instances where landowners will have to contest the model to defend their operable ground. The model isn't necessarily going to be perfect offhand. And when people need to contest the accuracy of the model, it comes at the cost and energy of the individual and partnering agencies to make the necessary corrections. I think that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
I do have one question for you. I have kind of thoughts on studies generally that we'll talk about later, but that second bullet in terms of concerns for that the streams and road crossings in Oregon study seems to me to be really foundational. That is to say, I think it almost perfectly replicates work that's happening under the PFA anyway. How did you come to the conclusion that that remains high priority given that overlap?
What remains high?
Well, the regional priority on it was high
For the lap.
for streams and road stream crossings in Oregon, given that that work is in many ways already being funded and completed in other venues.
So point of reference, the applicant for that, if you've dug into it, is the research group that's doing the work for the PFA. It's not a separate effort. I don't believe aligned. I think it's, so you could still have that question, but just for, it's not,
That regional
Like a-
priority
Like
was
who's doing
ranked
it?
as-
Because like terrain was,
of the entire review team, not just myself.
no, I'm just asking the methodology question. Please don't take that as a direct question. Between like Terrain Works' work on the hydrography layers that we use for ferns and between the FRIA process where all the roads and stream crossings will be mapped.
Right.
I mean, that's kind of like the one being done and the other will be done in 5 years.
Yeah.
It seems the regional prioritization seems to me didn't take into account that duplication.
I don't think the prioritization, was accounted across the entire review team.
Yeah.
Maybe on their level of understanding of what's actually going on.
I understand.
Exactly the same project, and unfortunately, I don't remember exactly off the top of my head the details. But there is a USGS stream project that we are basically waiting for them to finish. That ties in directly to PFA. It might be the flow of comments.
Right.
Yeah.
And using the information we're developing for purposes of our perennial stream surveys.
Right.
And so I do think that work is being completed and is funded. So in any event, it wasn't so much about the specifics. I just was curious about the degree to which the regional team accounted for that when setting its prioritization. And it sounds like they mostly did not.
Right.
It clearly calls out it's a duplicative effort and yet still received a high priority.
Question about the Lucky Mute project. So I apologize if I missed it. It says it's a planning project. And then the benefits are all more related to actual on the work ground work to happen.
Right.
So I missed, the piece I missed is what was the actual work to be done, the planning piece?
That's, I don't really have all the details memorized.
Okay, that's fine. I just was curious.
I guess it's the money. I think some of it was included for staffing issues or getting people on the ground to.
To do
Finish
like
the
where to
planning
put the wood
process.
kind of
Right.
plan, okay.
It's a staged project.
And also, it was a little unclear on where that wood would come from, correct?
Right. My understanding is they already did have sources of wood established to fund or to put into the project. I don't recall where that was coming from. I think they were getting some of it actually from landowners adjacent to or within the project area.
Another concern was around capacity. Is that right?
It was for, capacity in the. One concern on that was for staffing issues, because my most recent knowledge was that they did encounter some staff cuts to personnel directly involved with the project.
Overseeing that project.
Yeah, they were seeking funding to continue some positions, in my knowledge.
I had a question about Sutton Creek, and I think in the proposal, they talked about two bridge crossings, two small bridge crossings. At least at the moment when I read it, it seemed expensive, but I just wondered when you looked through that, if that was sort of the normal, whatever normal is, but you know, within the range of reasonability for bridge crossings in your area, at least with you, for the digestive valve.
I haven't, my experience, I've been pretty limited on cost of certain projects. But this it didn't jump out at me as a, insanely expensive ask for something like this, for two crossings, two culvert replacements, things like that.
Okay, thanks.
That's helpful, Kevin. So that was culvert replacements? New culverts, or is that replacing culverts with bridges?
I believe they're replacing with proper passive structures that meet updated criteria.
That bridge certainly.
Bridge, I think,
would make
spanning
sense.
bridges, yes.
That might be.
Mark, was your question on Lucky Mute or was it a different one? I'm just trying to keep track.
Different one, it was on
Upper
Sutton Creek.
For Sutton, thank you. We're noting your questions in hopes that kind of in real time, maybe we can work with the stream bios to maybe track down some answers to some of these questions where we just don't recall the details of the number of proposals that you reviewed. So maybe that's something that we can do between now and tomorrow.
Any other questions?
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
It's a culvert.
Should be coming in just start here. AJ?
Awesome. I'm AJ Van Dalen. I'm the PFA bio out of Roseburg. My coverage area, which overlaps with my review area, is it drains into the Umpqua and down to the California border and over to the Cascade Crest. We had 24 proposals submitted in this region, and that totaled into $11,500,059,212 requested. Of those proposals, I reviewed 22 of them. I did have to declare conflict of interest on 2 of them. One of them's mine, and one of them a coworker's. Those projects represent 10 implementation projects, 3 planning, 2 research and monitoring, and 9 that were multiple combos. As far as priority levels, we had 6 that ranked out as critical, 9 is high, 5 is medium, 3 is low, and 1 is fun with considerations. All counties in my area had at least 1 project that was represented in the application process. I do want to shout out Kirsten. She made all these maps for us, and they look pretty nice. So. For my regional context, it is a large area and there are multiple unique scenarios. So it's hard to come up with a solid overview of what is a critical issue. So it's kind of a little bit broken up here. The Rogue Basin has an overabundance of small irrigation dams, as well as legal and illegal cannabis issues. And that's from both water draws and pollutants entering streams. The Coquille has Fall Chinook population crash. They've gone from, I think, a 9,000 fish average down to about 500. South Umpqua Coho, it made headlines last year. We had a zero fish year through our estimation process. Common issues across all the regions are loss and degradation of tidal floodplain habitat, passage restrictions, high water temperatures, juvenile salmonids summer and winter overin survival, declining anadromous populations, and non-native competition. And we've been hit with quite a few catastrophic wildfires. And then one other thing is just the lack of information. There's a big data gap on HCP amphibians. So it's hard to know what we don't know. For my first critical project, I've got the Toledo Tide Gate and Beaver Slough Fish Passage Project. This was applied for by the Coquille Watershed Association. It's an implementation project. Should benefit coho, fall chinook, coastal cutthroat trout, and winter steelhead. And this will replace a failing tide gate in the lower Coquille River. Would improve passage to 490 acres of tidal floodplain and 11.4 miles of coho streams. This provides access to critically important habitat for all present salmonid species. The district views this as probably the largest area of thermal refugia for salmonid species in the Coquille, as well as likely providing protection from bass predation. Coho seem to preferentially prefer this basin, according to the local staff. And again, this is a basin that the Chinook population is in the midst of a crash, and there are emergency efforts being undertaken to try and keep the population afloat. This next project, the Highland Ditch and Dam Removal. This was applied for by South Umpqua Rural Community Partnership. It's an implementation project. It should benefit coho, Chinook, cutthroat trout, and winter steelhead. This is removing a irrigation dam and replacing it with a pumping solution. Removes the passive obstruction to 17 miles of coho and rearing habitat, spawning and rearing habitat. Historically, the ditch has stranded and killed thousands of juvenile coho annually. The project will solve this. Some concerns we had with it, the final path of the pipe with landowner agreements has not been fully determined. No solid plan to fund future maintenance of the new irrigation infrastructure is included. As far as benefits, this would also represent likely an 8 CFS savings of water that is going to stay in Cow Creek. Currently, it was estimated the dam was pulling about 10 CFS, and their water right was for 2. And with the new pump structure, it would actually limit it to the 2 CFS that the water right entitles them to. The Lower Smith River Estuary Enhancement Project. This is a 2-property project applied for by the Partnership for the Umpqua Rivers. It's implementation and planning. As far as ACP species that it will represent, uplift for is coho, Chinook, cutthroat, and rainbow trout steelhead. This would replace 1 passage barrier on the Kennedy property. And on the Glover property, it would install 4 bridges as well as restore 1.8 miles of tidal clean channel. The passage, the tide gate that they would replace on the Kennedy property would improve passage to 6.8 miles of spawning and rearing habitat. Some of the concerns identified were the Kennedy property won't see full uplift until future projects are implemented. Those are in the works, but they're just not there yet. Lacking a little bit of detail in how the tide gate will be managed and how the tidal channel construction will go. Next critical, we have the Millicoma Confluence Restoration Project. This was applied for by the Coos Watershed Association. It's an implementation. Should benefit coho, Chinook, steelhead, and chub salmon. This is removing a tide gate and levee to create a full tidal Sitka swamp. It would create 10 acres of full tidal wetland. They have completed quite a bit of the work there already, and it would inundate previously completed tidal channel and root wad placement. One concern we had was the previous engineering plan had a mistake that caused delay. The fixed design has not been fully permitted. It's a unique location that would provide critical HCP uplift, as well as public interaction and citizen science opportunities. If their planting strategy is successful, it would be one of the first human-created Sitka swamp habitats. And if not successful, their monitoring plan would provide valuable data in how to create those habitats in the future. And it is a likely site of smoltification and would likely result in higher quality and quantity of outmigrants. Next critical is the Blue Slough primary tide gate upgrade. This was applied for by the Coos Watershed Association. It's an implementation project. It would likely benefit Coho, Steelhead, and Cutthroat. This is to remove and replace a failing tide gate. This would improve passage to 13 miles of spawning and rearing habitat, access the largest area of high intrinsic value in this basin. Our concern was that it is a novel tide gate design. It has not been previously implemented. Some additional notes that if this novel tide gate design is successful, it would be a more cost-effective option for many use cases. Currently, even with the impaired passage, it sees the highest fish per mile in spawning surveys. And there is further restoration in this basin, which when completed would likely result in a population scale benefit. Next critical project that I have is the South Umpqua Coho Strategic Action Plan. This was applied for by the Partnership for the Umpqua Rivers. It is a planning and research and monitoring project. It would likely benefit Coho, Chinook, Steelhead, and cutthroat trout. This funds a strategic action plan and 900 miles of rapid bioassessment surveys and project outlines. The 900 miles of rapid bioassessment surveys would be used to supply the data for the strategic action plan, and the consultant would provide several project outlines per year that are identified through those rapid biosurveys. This project would provide baseline data and a plan for the South Umpqua Coho Collaborative to use in their pursuit of recovering Oregon Coast coho to the point of delisting. Some of the concerns that we had were it's not directly tied to an implementation project. And there were some concerns raised as well about directly appointing a consultant. This would lay the groundwork for the next 10 to 20 years of projects in the South Umpqua Basin. Now we're into the high priority projects. First one here is Antelope Creek Road Mile or River Mile 4.3 riparian restoration project. It was applied for by the Jackson Soil and Water Conservation District. It's an implementation project. Should benefit coho, steelhead, and rainbow trout. It's a project to fence off and plant 2 miles of antelope in Yankee Creek. It would restore function to 41 acres of riparian forest and improve water quality in the long term. One of the concerns that we had was the planting strategy was not covered in the implementation plan for this project. I believe they were seeking funding for the plantings from a different funding source. And I did want to shout this project out. They had the most robust weed management plan that would more than likely result in durable suppression of blackberry and other invasive species. This project would tie in well with proposed actions downstream on the wildlife area. Next project is the assessment of salmonid habitat improvements associated with large wood and boulder weir placement in Wolf Creek. This was applied for by Oregon State University. It's a youth research and monitoring project. HCP species that could benefit from this would be coho, steelhead, rainbow trout, and cutthroat trout. This project would use existing data to assess the ecological impacts of restoration on Wolf Creek. Specifically, they're using Forest Service ARIP data and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife AQI data to come up with this analysis. Benefits would be providing insight on restoration strategies and structures and their impact on stream processes. Concerns are that this is a older restoration site, and the strategies and methods used in Wolf Creek may not reflect the current practices that are used. Bear Creek riparian restoration was applied for by the Coos Soil and Water Conservation District. It's an implementation and planning project. It would likely benefit coho, chinook, steelhead, and cutthroat. It's a project to fence and plant 2.4 miles of stream. It would restore function to 15.67 acres of riparian habitat. Likely leads to strong temperature refugia for the entire length of the creek. Concerns that we had were the riparian setbacks were not particularly robust, and a property or two still had cattle access to the creek, and they were doing fenced enclosures, planting enclosures. They have strong pre-treatment data that includes the entire stream reach and would likely result in the entirety of the reach being under 18C when the project grows in. Low segment of Bear Creek estuary may be too warm for upstream migrants to navigate through and find that thermal refugia when it does exist. ODA has also identified this area as degraded habitat and having water quality concerns, and there's a strategic implementation area in place there. Yeah, go. All right, increasing aquatic habitat under the stewardship of beavers in Southern Oregon. The applicant was not the Deschutes land trap. That's a mistake on my part. The applicant would be Project Beaver. It's an implementation, planning, research and monitoring, and stakeholder engagement project. It would likely impact coho, chinook, steelhead, and cutthroat trout. It's a comprehensive beaver coexistence program with wetland restoration. Some of the benefits that it would have are restoring 2 acres of wetland in a basin lacking perennial water, increased coexistence of beavers and humans in the Rogue Basin. Some of the concerns that we had, relocating beavers is not a top option for ODF&W, and there are limited sites for beaver relocation. The wetland restoration includes a visitor center in the future that would be a unique opportunity for public engagement as well as HCP species uplift. The PFA calls out increased coexistence with beavers and recognizes their importance as landscape engineers, but does not directly provide funding or tools to achieve this goal. And this project seeks to start that process. Little Butte Creek Restoration and Upland Fuels Project. Applicant was Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. It's an implementation project. It would likely benefit coho, chinook, steelhead, and chinook. Yeah. Remove invasive species. The project would remove invasive species and replant the riparian areas of Denman Wildlife Area. The benefits would be to restore function to 217 acres of riparian habitat. It's a high public engagement site. It's a wildlife area, so anybody is able to go out there and hunt or recreate. Some of the concerns we had, the upland fuels treatment has limited benefit for the HCP species. Currently, the riparian condition on site is dense, near impenetrable blackberry stands. So it is not providing riparian function, as well as it's not being functional for the public as a user. Project streamlined. Applicant was ODF&W. Fair warnings is my project. It's an implementation and stakeholder engagement project. It would likely benefit coho, chinook, steelhead, cutthroat trout, and rainbow trout. It would establish streamlined program to supply landowners with riparian fencing and beaver coexistence supplies. Provides us, the benefit would be providing a streamlined process to get restoration and coexistence supplies into the hands of landowners. Concerns, there's no landowner agreements in place, and the project lacks specificity in anticipated project implementation.
Was that your own concern?
Next project is the rock berm removal and blue heron shale connection along Bear Creek corridor in Phoenix, Oregon. This was applied for by the Road Basin Partnership. It's an implementation project. Would likely benefit coho, chinook, steelhead, and rainbow trout. Project would remove a rock berm and reconstruct a stream channel into the spring on the site. Benefits are restoring access to crucial cool water refugia in a temperature limited basin. Concerns that we have was it's a small amount of habitat being restored, and post-implementation maintenance of plantings seemed insufficient. Summer habitat in Bear Creek is driven by these pockets of cool water provided by spring sources, and it is a great location for public interaction and viewing. It's right along a walking trail. Next, we have the Smith River Basin Fish Passage Improvement. This was applied for by the Smith River Watershed Council. It's a planning project. Would likely impact coho, chinook, steelhead, and cutthroat trout. This would procure engineered designs for 5 fish passage structures on the Smith River. Benefit would be providing designs that, if implemented, would provide passage to 8 miles of spawning and rearing habitat. Our major concern was they didn't ask for money for implementation. Smith River has seen a high level of work being done by the Watershed Council. Restoration has been conducted on Vincent and Gold Creek, which are 2 of the locations for these pipes that they're looking to get engineered designs for. And then all the pipes they are looking at are partial barriers, not complete barriers. The final project I'll present on is the Yellow Creek In-Stream Restoration Phase 2. This was applied for by the Partnership for the Umpqua Rivers. It's an implementation and planning project. HCP species likely to see benefit are coho, steelhead, and cutthroat trout. Would treat 5.7 miles of stream with large woody debris structures. Installs 91 wood structures and essential salmon habitat. Completes current restoration activities in the Yellow Creek Basin. The only concern we had was no monitoring of HCP amphibians. And this is both helicopter and line pulling to get these logs in place. And with that, I'll take questions.
For the Antelope Creek project, it appears, and I'm sort of familiar with that area, that's ag land. There's fencing included to reduce cattle grazing in the area. Are there grazing management plans included in the proposal for how and when or if cattle will have access, and at what points in time or certain, recovery metrics are
I
made?
don't recall.
Okay,
I'll get back to that.
I'm trying to skim through, but also listen to your talk, so I don't. Okay, thank you.
I have basically the same question applied to 2 projects. One was with the Blue Tide Gate. I felt like most of the materials there were materials that had been previously submitted for other grants. It was basically baked, and they were just looking to plus up their budget a little bit. Like, all of that stuff was just mostly resubmitted to us. Is that accurate?
I can't say for sure, but there were several projects that were applying for multiple grant.
No, but it was already ready to go. And so that's fine. And it kind of raises my question again about, the role of using PFA monies for projects that look like it's probably there. And we don't have a good feel for whether or not the project would or wouldn't happen. In a similar vein, the Millicoma, and by the way, I should say that Palouse Tightgate project looks awesome. Like, that to me looks like a really excellent project. The same would be said of the Millicoma project. I mean, what a showcase, with this huge investment down there. But it looks like the money that they're asking for is like the levy to protect the homes. And is it the case that that levy, absent that levy, that they would not complete the project in your view? Like, is there some big component of that project that's contingent on building a structure to protect homes?
I believe it's, the funding was reaching the current dam and then, constructing the levee to protect infrastructure on site. And my guess would be that it wouldn't go through if those structures aren't protected.
Yeah, it's just kind of weird. It would be interesting to understand how they got to that point without like that critical factor being covered on Millicoma. But again, a showcase project that would be neat to be a piece of, but it's not obvious to me what role the PFA monies are playing vis-a-vis the larger effort.
AJ, on the Highland Ditch project, I know the primary benefit that you emphasize is the passage barrier removal,
Yes.
but you also mentioned the in-stream flow component and
Yes.
bringing the water right into compliance essentially.
Yep.
Do you know what, if any, downstream diversions there are of that? So that additional increment of that new water of 8 CFS, is it just going to be?
I don't know of any like diversion structures. There could be pumping water rights that are exercised in that area, but I don't know of any more like big pulls.
Okay, so basically that will be kind of new restored water relative to downstream.
The way that I understand
Okay,
this.
thank you. This was the Highland Ditch Dam removal.
I had a question on the same project. You mentioned one of the concerns was they hadn't worked out exactly where the final pipe was gonna go for the landowner. And I didn't know, is that a fatal flaw or sort of a minor? It sounds like it could be a big deal, or maybe it's not.
The way that I've understood it is it's kind of a minor issue. It just hasn't, and it could be settled by now, but when we were reviewing it, it had not been set in stone yet.
And then on the Lower Smith project, which was the Tide Gate project, based on the visual that's provided, it doesn't look like there's much setback between the river and the Tide Gate and the pasture. I just wondered if there was any riparian or water quality concerns there from sort of pasture to.
These,
Kind of goes to Christian's question, I guess, about what are the grazing plans for Tide Gate area like that? And in that particular aerial photo anyway, it looked pasture was pretty tight with the river.
yeah, I know this could still be a multi-use property. The bridges they're installing are to keep cattle out of the tidal channels, so they can still access different areas of the pasture without going through the channel. But I believe the pasture is still within that tidal floodplain.
And then I guess the last question I had was on the Yellow Creek project. I think in one of the reviews, it said ODF&W raised a question that the reach of stream is above the range of salmon in the middle Umpqua. I guess my notes was, this should be clarified.
I don't have a read for sure on that.
Yeah, okay.
I just wanted to respond to Heath's comments about, if we're coming in with the final bit of funding on some of these projects. I guess a little bit, if I put more of the restoration practitioner's hat on, in the life cycle of doing a project, you're often needing to apply for both design, permitting, and implementation funding at the same time, because like what we're talking about, there tends to be more of an interest in implementation projects. So you're in the position of seeking that funding without knowing for sure what your final design is, what the cost will be. And then we're all seeing the high rates of inflation, especially for projects that involve steel or a lot of equipment, heavy equipment, things like that. And so I guess for me, recognizing the process and timeline and knowing that if you are $100,000 short on a $600,000 project, it's not going to happen. I'm a little bit more sensitive to that. I do appreciate, if it's just a plus up to round things out and make it easier, that's a different conversation. We could certainly discuss if it's a huge project and we're only 5% of the funding, what type of mitigation credit are the federal agencies likely to provide for that, which is us kind of playing a speculative game. I don't think we have an answer to that where we are today. But when it's simply a need to be able to get the budget necessary for the final designs that ultimately you have to get to secure permits and do the project successfully, that doesn't dissuade me from interest. Your other questions about, how much mitigation credit is appropriate for a small portion of the funding, I would separate those two
Yep, no.
conversations, I guess.
And if I
All I
may,
wanted to
yes,
say.
Chair, just quickly, I think I actually agree with all of that. And I do think there's a question for us about our expectation of project applicants, including contingency reserves or something in their number, because it seems pretty common to me through the packets I received that people are missing their numbers. And that puts everybody in an awkward spot when we're super pregnant on a conservation effort. And now they're claiming they can't get it done unless we come up with another couple $100,000, which is weird to me. So I think that requires some foresight. But two, I think to your comment, I'm not offended either about those monies. My priority though is getting the most conservation bang for our buck. And I think we have to ask the question about whether we're getting the most under those circumstances, or whether, I don't know what the right word would be, but like greenfield investment, where we're taking credit for the project, not some small component of the project, whether that may actually realize more conservation uplift for the dollars we have to spend. That's not an easy question to answer, actually. And I think that as a team, we have to grapple with that some, but I only mean to highlight it here. Some of these projects, it looks like at first blush that we are funding the Millicoma project, right? And that's a huge, awesome project. And it turns out actually it's just a little bit of cleanup work at the end, and maybe more than a little bit. But I think that clarity gives us a little bit more insight and perspective on the nature of it.
I think for a future meeting, thinking about the questions in the application process that can help tease some of that out.
Yes, I agree.
And sorry, we're getting into back and forth here, but because I think you and I agree from
Yes.
past conversations on most of that, as well as the end target is what's the greatest uplift to the HCP covered
Yes.
species. And that's hard to tease out with those pieces. So, yeah.
Bob, you had a question?
Yeah, it gets a little bit at my previous concern too, of kind of how the randomness of retreating amphibians. The Yellow Creek in-stream restoration phase 2, one of the criticisms or the concerns was no monitoring of HCP amphibians. They don't actually claim benefits for amphibians in that project based on the summary. None of the other projects did either, but we're not holding them accountable to monitoring for amphibians. So I'm just curious what the thinking was on that specific project as to why amphibians were called out for monitoring there, but not elsewhere. What separates that?
I think it was just part of the comments that I received from my outside reviewers that I reached out to.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah.
I'll go after you.
AJ, did you make an assertion? I looked back at your original slide about Coho and the Umpqua Basin, that there had been a zero.
Our estimate produced was a 0. On our Oasis surveys in 2022, it would have been, they had 0 coho show up on their surveys.
So given that, what's the basis, the motivation for the proposal to do a bunch of Coho? The Coho strategic action plan, like if it's in such dire.
Yeah, so that is, I guess more of a policy strategy that ODFW has chased in the past.
How do we get from 0 to something?
I will say our estimate from this year, not official numbers, was ballparked at 7,000.
Okay, so it's just a bad cohort that.
Yes, there were some issues with that data, and I know it grabbed some news headlines and made a lot of people pretty nervous.
And I know that's a much broader questions about species viability. So how to approach that question.
And it was not a true 0. We had other places that we had coho show up. They were just not on our Oasis surveys, and so they weren't part of the estimate generated.
And I just had a follow-up question more for those that were involved in the accord. Was there any distinction between sort of bay estuary tidal geographies versus upstream riverine and the coastal watersheds, or none? Okay.
No, if it was covered species and this would help them, and help mitigate the
impacts and incidental take associated with the covered activities, then it's a worthwhile investment.
Sounds good.
Question about the Beaver project. Am I interpreting this correctly, that this is basically like instead of a demonstration site for beaver restoration?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
so that the wetland would include a visitor center, and I think he is also hoping for a boardwalk to be able to walk around and kind of get an overhead view of the restoration.
Okay, and then, it says restore 2 acres of wetland basin lacking perennial water. So I guess my two questions are, is there water in there already? Where is it coming from? Is it connected to streams so that we get the benefit to the fish?
There is water where he's got the piece of wetland right now,
Okay,
but it does hub out, fairly quickly after that.
and then, is this success of the project contingent on relocating beaver to the property? Is that what that comment means about?
No, so there's already beaver at that property. It's a very broad scope project, and beaver relocation is just part of that.
Okay, thank you.
Question. May I, Chad? So as we're talking about the conservation benefit of these projects, I feel like it might be worthwhile just providing a little bit of sort of update or backstory to some of the conversations that have been going on with Department of Forestry as they develop the HCP and the way we're characterizing the grant program in the context of the HCP. And Jennifer can correct me where I go astray here. If you acknowledge, that the intent was never to create a classic mitigation program where there's a specific offset tied, or a specific impact or action, development action tied to a specific offset. The vision for the grant program was that it would be generating a conservation benefit for the HCP covered species, tying it to conservation plans and recovery plans, and providing the best bang for the buck for the populations. With that vision in mind, and it doesn't comport with a direct impact offset sort of traditional mitigation accounting method. And so the grant program and the actions funded by the grant program are being framed more as a conservation strategy in the conservation measures, and not in a, are we going to get credit for this in the traditional sense? So I think as I'm listening to you all sort of consider these projects, I would just encourage you to frame the way you're thinking of it in terms of, is it creating a conservation benefit for the covered species, and not so much on, is this going to generate a credit and how much? Is it a partial credit? Is it a full credit? Because it's just not the system in which we're operating.
True. And if I may, Chad, I actually agree with that as well. And I like that approach to kind of these programmatic conservation efforts. I only mean to highlight that if, as a group here, we're investing $10 in a $10 million project, then I think it's probably not accurate to characterize our investment as being responsible for the conservation uplift associated with the $10 million project.
Understood it. The flip side of that is, for a very little investment, you leveraged a tremendous amount.
You may have. It's also possible, as we highlighted with the Tualatin project earlier, that it's going to happen anyway, that this is just kind of plussing up a budget that they may be able to do in a variety of different
And I
ways.
think that if you're thinking of additionality, just in terms of like, is the grant program spending its money in the best way possible? That's a different question from, is the additionality meeting some sort of credit standard
Agreed.
in some mitigation agreement?
It's not that mathematical.
Okay, yeah, very good.
Unless there's any more questions for this specific region, I was just going to answer some outstanding questions from the previous
The other thing I was gonna suggest, Andy, is that maybe we, Jennifer, you've raised your hand. I appreciate it, and asked some questions, but I would just invite the other ex officio members to not, if you have additional questions, you know, Kate or Chris or Mark, if you all have additional questions, please don't hesitate to raise your hand.
So I just wanted to close the loop on 3 outstanding questions from the 2 previous presentations before we either go into a break or continue.
We're well ahead of schedule. So, Chris and I were discussing, completing the presentations prior to the break. And then we'll take a break and then open up for discussion until the end of the meeting.
That's great.
But on the point of discussion that we just had in Senate Bill 1501, which really guides how we are to operate here. Section 30, subsection 11, section B here tasks us with soliciting and reviewing grant applications under the PFA program described in 32. To act and advise the commission and department on how to award grants in a manner that will most effectively mitigate the impacts of forest practices as defined in the OAR. And so I think that is really kind of getting to Heath's point is not just efficacy, but efficiency. So that's Sarah's point is if we can do it efficiently by spending a little for big gains, that's a good thing. But do we sacrifice efficacy if our investment doesn't really move the needle and the project would have gone ahead anyway? So that's something that we can kind of wrestle with as a group, maybe after the break during the discussion. Any other questions before we hear from the next briefing?
Maybe you should say for after the break, but I think that language also raises one question, which is, what does it mean to offset the impacts to the greatest degree of covered activities? Does that mean that we tend to focus more on forest lands? It gets into the question about where do you go in the estuary? Do you go into ag lands? How tight is it going to be tied to forest activities and how much can we stray from that?
Yeah, I think, again, I would go to the language being the impact of those activities on a species that may exist, not necessarily adjacent to, but the species being impacted by the activities. So I think we've all kind of agreed up until now that farmland, lower estuary stuff would be eligible. It wouldn't have to be adjacent to forest lands with those activities.
And even we, at an earlier meeting, discussed the potential for a single species that may be in 2 watersheds, only one of which has private lands with forest practices. The other watershed may still be eligible because it's benefiting that species. That is to say, it's increasing the robustness and resiliency and the viability under the conservation plans of the covered species.
Yeah, maybe it's for an after the break discussion, but I do have some concerns about how far that goes, especially when you get out into Eastern Oregon and some of the species there.
Yes,
Absolutely. Okay, well, any other questions before we hear from the next meeting?
So Chad, do you want to hold Andy's clarification on some of the prior regions questions until after the break?
I think that would be appropriate. We'll just have all those questions afterwards. Is that all right with you, Eddie?
All good.
All right, Paul, here we go.
Good, thank you.
Missing region 4 in my pockets here. Is anyone else missing region 4 in there?
Maybe there's. I've got misplaced behind my folder, so.
That's okay. I was just hoping I wasn't losing my mind.
No, just region 4.
You're missing 4. Okay.
Apologies about that. Thank you.
We can see it here. Fine.
Indeed.
Let me talk about this.
Okay, we all good?
Yes.
All right, well, yeah. Afternoon, my name is Paul Olmsted. I'm the Region 4 Private Forest Accord Stream Bio. And based on Corvallis, in that area covers basically the West Cascade region, Upper Willamette drainage from the Columbia River to the north, down south to Cottage Grove and the Upper Willamette reaches. up to the crest of the Cascades and Pacific Crest Trail, then down to I-5 and Highway 99 to the west. So large region, draining all, major rivers off the west side of the Cascades. So drainages like Coast Port Willamette, Middle Port Willamette, McKinsey, North and South Santiams, Calapooya, and Malala are the big known drainages there. Breaking down a little bit of how the grant submissions went for Region 4. We had 8 proposals submitted at roughly about 2.1 million, which is about 5% of the ask. And all of these were implemented, all 8 of them were implementation. A couple of them had some monitoring components, but primarily, getting projects done on the ground with implementation. After review, those 8 projects broke down into 2 critical, 1 high, 2 medium, and 3 low. And I guess just a comment on that too. I think as we were leading up to this grant cycle, I just knowing this region, Region 4, and the valley where all the people are, I thought it was going to be a really busy region. And I think we all thought that the west side, Willamette Valley, and in general would dominate the submissions and applications, and we didn't really see that in Region 4. So I was surprised by that. We did get 8 proposals, and I'm going to present 4 of them that I think shook out pretty good, but was thrown off by that. So I think it speaks to even though the population centers of Willamette Valley, we still have a lot of habitat and critters outside of that. And the population didn't completely, drive all the applications and whatnot. So just of note, some
Oh, you think that could have been availability of other funding sources or?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what, the projects or this fund are new. And so I don't know if it, a lot of people were scrambling to get stuff in. I know a lot of people in my area, the watershed council and things like that were busy writing other stuff. So it might've been some capacity things. But I don't really know exactly what. We'll see on the next round.
Yeah.
That bumps up a little bit more. Yeah, so a little regional context and background for Region 4. I believe the coastal regions might claim the same thing, but I believe Region 4 has all the HCP species. So kind of a feather in the cap of Region 4. We have all the native salmonids. So I'm imagining maybe if like the lower Sandy River could find a project that, was down in smelt territory, maybe and close enough to the estuary of the Columbia, maybe we could do a project where all species were covered in one thing. But yeah, have all the native salmonids, bull trout existing in the Clackamas, upper McKinsey and upper Middle Fork Willamette areas. I think soon coming to the North Santiam. The Ulicons, which is the one that's rare and doesn't touch many regions. We have those smelt runs in the lower Sandy and some of those lower Columbia tributaries, and as well as the whole slew of the amphibians, salamanders, and tailed frogs. So not all the projects here covered all those, but we do have, within the region, all the habitats for all those critters on the HCP list there. The priority species in the area, the upper Willamette, spring Chinook, and winter steelhead, and then the lower Willamette, spring Chinook, winter steelhead, and coho. And I think, all of us are Oregonians here, and I think everybody could agree that our spring Chinook in the Willamette Basin are one of the most iconic species in the area. And so that is something at the heart of Region 4 and the upper and lower Willamette tributaries that contribute to that spring Chinook run. Other species of concern, the beavers, lamprey, and western pond turtles that are covered in a few of these grant proposals. And common issues, I think, are common to everywhere in the state, similar here in Region 4, overall degraded habitat, water quality, lack of stream complexity, and fish passage. And I think fish passage in Region 4 is a big deal, as well as throughout the state. A lot of the upper Willamette tributaries, Santiams, Middle Fork Willamette, Coast Fork Willamette are really impacted by high head dams. And those, pose a lot of issues and complex recovery issues. And so I mentioned that because the projects that we're going to hear on here shortly are
maybe, I guess, outside of those high head dams, and were chosen for those reasons. So we'll cover that a little bit here in a bit. I threw a picture in there of Willamette Falls, and just wanted to highlight the importance of Willamette Falls in Region 4. Historically, Willamette Falls was a barrier at low flow to upstream migrating anadromous salmonids. And so only during winter flows and extreme spring runoff and snowmelt events could salmon and steelhead get past the falls. And so now there's a fish ladder there and everything can get above, but there is kind of a sorting or a splitting, that happens at Willamette Falls. And that's why we break things into this kind of upper Willamette and lower Willamette area. And so we'll go over that a little bit too with some of these projects that come up here. So the first one here, the Malala Headwaters Fire Recovery. Applicant is the Native Fish Society. It's a large wood project implementation. There's just some monitoring pre and post project here. The ask is about $550,000. HEP species are upper Willamette spring chinook and winter steelhead, and then the coastal upper presence. The plan is to add large wood to the upper Malala to improve stream complexity, water quality, fish habitat in the upper reaches of the Malala River, and with the use of helicopter. So that's the price tag here is that I believe it's roughly over a mile that they're treating here, but with $500,000, it's because they've got the helicopter involved. And I think the bulk of that funding is for the helicopter use. So this area was burned over severely by the Beachy Creek fire. I pulled up a map there to kind of show that. You can see a little bit of the shading. There's some green in there, but this area was heavily burned during that 2020 Beachy Creek fire. And you can also see here too, this is all within, industrial, large landowner, timberland production, working forest, fruit growers company is the sole landowner of this reach, is a good partner and is on board with, doing this restoration and a partner for the project. So the benefits of the project is to put large wood using really big stuff. I think a lot of the source is from BLM, so they're able to get big rhubarb, really big wood, and use helicopter placement to address the lack of stream complexity. There's documented high summer temperatures in this area and throughout the Malala Basin, and improved stream conditions post-fire to try to, target those kind of the lack of riparian that's been left after the fire and some of the upland issues of everything being burned over and sedimentation loads into the stream post-fire. So this project is part of a larger effort that the Native Fish Society is doing in the basin. They briefly mentioned that in the application that I can't remember exactly how many more miles they're doing, but it is part of an ongoing restoration effort in there in that area that they're tacking this one on and adding to a couple other projects that I believe have already occurred in the area. So the other thing about the Malala that makes it unique is that just going back to the High Head Dam issue and, being above Willamette Falls. So the Malala River is unique and that it is, one of the first major tribs above Willamette Falls. It's got, higher gradient basalt geology. So it's got really good habitat in it, especially for steelhead. And but it's also one of the major tributaries above Willamette Falls. It's undammed. So it's a stream that's been targeted with a lot of the, Fish and Wildlife practitioners and the Fish and Wildlife District or our ODF&W Management District is really on board with this one and thinks that it's a good stream that has high restoration potential and value because of that, because where it lies in relation to, above Willamette Falls and it being undammed. The next one is North Fork Eagle Creek Fish Habitat Restoration and Fuels Reduction Project. This one applicant was the Clackamas River Watershed Council. And this is an implementation project, another large wood helicopter project. So a big price tag here, close to $500,000. And that's once again, ultimately because of the use of a helicopter. I think 90% of the funds and there or more is just to hire the helicopter to place the wood. So these large wood projects get expensive in a hurry when you're using, aircraft to place them. Similar to Malala, adding large wood to north fork of Eagle Creek, a tributary of the lower Clackamas River, to improve stream complexity, water quality, and fish habitat there in a known productive stream that already has, decent populations of spring chinook, winter steelhead, coho, and cutthroat trout. Once again, benefits to improve stream complexity, fish habitat. It's got a great partnership. This project does connect a lot of landowners. I think it covers BLM. I think there's some city or county park in there. And then there's some small woodland owners that are all on board with it. And this is another project where they've got funding for a lot of the other work. I think there's already 300 logs planned to go in there. This funding is to add 150 additional logs to the project. It went through some reviews, I think, with the Fish and Wildlife District, and everybody liked the project, but commented that it could have more wood added to it, and that the benefit of going in here and doing all this work would be a lot greater if they added more large wood per mile. And so that's what this funding addresses. There's also in the title there, you see that it's a fuels reduction project. They're doing, I believe, some thinning on a bunch of forest land and some other things that aren't associated with these funds. So none of the 476,000 here would address that. It's a little misleading in the title there, but that's all part of funding that they've secured for other through other sources there. So it does add to other upland work that's going on in the basin as well. Yeah, we rank it as critical, and and then going back to just the High Head Dam issue again here too in this basin, the Clackamas is a very productive stream. It's below Willamette Falls, so you get the addition of coho there and some of the lower Columbia ESU species there in coho, and then the spring chinook and winter steelhead there, and then also the place, I guess, that Eagle Creek comes into the Clackamas is below all the High Head dams on the Clackamas. So once again, a project area that has been selected and chosen for restoration based on, its location in the basin below all the High Head dams that has good fish habitat left and high restoration potential for that. Next one is the Leech Botanical Area Habitat Project. This one is within Johnson Creek. The applicant was Johnson Creek Watershed Council. And for those who aren't familiar, Johnson Creek's right in the heart of Portland. Had a ton of restoration work on it over the years, and is known as coho, winter steelhead, cutthroat trout in it. It's a once again, very popular creek for restoration and efforts in it due, I think, to just the urban community around it and the outreach and all the people in Portland that have this salmon stream that, cuts right through Portland and the urban area. The ask is 125,000, and this is another large wood project to add large wood to Johnson Creek to promote stream complexity, enhance fish habitat and water quality in that system. Some strengths are good partnerships. So the Johnson Creek Watershed Council is very involved in the community, doing outreach and things like that. So this one, I think has all those things, great community outreach. There's mention in the grant about putting up a sign in an area that, it sounds like the project is on a private area that people won't be able to access, but there's a few of the planned structures that can be seen, I think, from a walkway or bridge or something like that. So they talked about putting in a sign, doing some outreach for the community there. Only concern I had here, it's a small one, is just that it is urban area, not on a working forest. So just the implications of, being tied to the private forest accord, not a big deal. It's just the only thing I could really take it apart for. No other real concerns. Applicants, have a lot of experience doing stream restoration. So No other issues there. And last one, the Wilson Creek Fish Passage floodplain and beaver habitat restoration. This one is, was submitted by the Long Tom Watershed Council. This one actually technically falls, I think, in Kevin's region, I believe. I think it was over in Region 2, but it's so much closer to Corvallis and where I'm at. Sometimes we pull some of his work over into mine, just instead of, him driving 3 hours through the Coast Range to check a stream. So this one, I think, was right on the border, really close, near Fern Ridge Reservoir. And the project type is implementation monitoring, and there's some planting, plant maintenance there. 288,000. Now the bulk of that is for there's a unique haul road that has, I think, 3 or 4 culverts that goes across. The beavers have actively moved into and been plugging for years and created a ponding, an awesome beaver habitat, awesome amphibian habitat. And a small landowner owns the property adjacent to several small woodland owners in the area with active working forests around it. And they want to, with the work of Long Tom Watershed Council, want to remove all those culverts and put in a bridge that will address fish passage issues, and then still put some large wood in, do some willow plantings, BDAs, and things like that to keep the beavers there, promote the beaver habitat and the amphibians that are there too. They have 2 documented species of amphibians on the property. I've been out to this property before, and I think if they did any more surveying, I think you'd find a lot that list would increase of what's out there. So I think it has huge benefits to the amphibians in the area. Located, so it's a tributary into Fern Ridge Reservoir, and there's a property just downstream. So this property sits off the Wilson Creek, off the Long Tom, and there's, I think, roughly about a half mile between this property and the mouth of the Long Tom. And that section right below them currently has OWEB funding and is doing a huge project there, similar with beaver habitats, amphibian habitats. And so this project is literally like butts right up against it. So we'll continue that up the basin.
Mouth of the Long Tom into Fern Ridge, not the actual.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Yes, as it comes in.
Yeah, Wilson Creek coming into the Long Tom.
Yeah.
Just upstream of Fern Ridge.
Got it.
Yeah. So cutthroat only, we're not within anadromy at this point, being above Fern Ridge Reservoir. So, but yeah, there's an adjacent property that has some work going on there that's pretty cool. Only concern is that, this road, this basically poorly built road, which drops down and probably goes for 120 feet through this lowland wetland area, has these series of culverts that have been plugged up and are an incredible beaver habitat right now. Like I said, amphibians. So once the bridge is put in, it's going to change that hydrology quite a bit. It's basically going to drain that pond, a lot of it. So I think they have good plans of log placement and BDAs in that stream channel that will kind of cut through that now. And the property right below that is actually an even better beaver habitat, where the floodplain widens up. And so there's already a kind of a stronghold of beaver activity in there too. So that was the only main concern. I think it's been addressed with, like I said, with their wood placement. So, yeah, I think that's it. That's the 4 I had in Region 4. Questions? I don't know if we're holding you questions or are we going over this one? Question.
Hey, Paul, is the $500,000 for the helicopter, is that a reasonable price for those projects? I mean, is that what you need to spend to get it done to do it?
Yeah, it seems to be. I mean, I think they use Chinook helicopters and they're big and expensive, and they have to use those type 1 heavy lifters, I think, to move the type of wood around that they have. I think it's sourced enough ELM. So they're getting mature stuff and big robots. So it's interesting that the Malala and the North Fork Eagle Creek both are using helicopters, and they're similar amounts of wood and similar prices. So I think it's, Columbia Helicopters, I think, who they all contract with. And I think it's just, you kind of pay what they pay. So, yeah.
On that one, Paul, the North Fork Eagle Creek, you find it was a little confusing at times going through that application, the separation of the upland fuels treatment.
Yeah.
That to me was not clearly delineated.
Mhm.
That's a little bit of a concern,
Mhm.
how they're gonna keep that separated.
Yeah.
I mean, even in the title, right, for what they're
Yeah.
applying for, that don't know why it was included in the title and then throughout the application.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's like what he said earlier, they had already funded this project and they kind of did a cut and paste. So they already wrote the grant for another project and then just pretty much put it into our system. The one thing in the application, I think that shorted up though, is there was a question in there of how, what is the funding exactly going to go for? I can't remember what the question says. I'm like, what's the PFA funding going to go for? And in that paragraph in there, then they really clearly said, hey, this is just for the 150 additional logs. This is not for any of the thinning, the upland fuel stuff and some of the other stuff they had going on. So they did clarify it there, but I was like you reading through the whole application. It was kind of all over the place in general, and I was really uncertain of what exactly they were looking for here.
I think that would have been a stronger application had they taken the time to go ahead and at least remove the parts that are not relevant.
Yeah.
What we're trying to do here.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, like I said, it looked to me like they just transferred the whole entire grant application from another source right into that. Yeah.
Then on the last one, so the high quality beaver habitat and associated amphibian habitat would be altered by removing those culverts. And the hope is that it would be recreated through beaver dam analogs that would then be shored up by the beavers themselves once the bridges are in place.
Yeah, I think that's their plan, is that they've addressed that too, knowing that hydrology is going to change things through putting in large wood above. All the large wood placements are above that bridge. And in that kind of floodplain area that's created to try to hold as much water as possible and let the beavers hopefully come in. And they probably won't be able to dam it quite like they did, because like I said, it was such a long span, let's say 120 feet or whatever. When we first looked at it and saw the property before, actually, they put in for the grant. And my first question was like, oh, why don't you do a full spanning bridge? They only had 22 feet. And then I saw it and I was like, well, you'd have to have a 150 foot, massive bridge. So I think I think they made a good choice of addressing the fish passage issue with going to the bridge and then trying to hold on to as much of the amphibian and beaver habitat upstream.
Was that the only project you reviewed that had documented presence of amphibians?
Out of these, yeah, I think so. And I think it was the only one, at least of these four, that really even mentioned the amphibians. They might have in passing, but they were really, more fish centric on the other ones. Yeah.
Any other questions?
I should have a follow-up to that one. They clearly state in their proposal that they documented which species of amphibians.
Yeah, they had, it was funny, when we were there was a smushed in the road, Pacific Giant. So that was confirmed. They'd already seen other ones too, and someone had gotten driven over. So, and then the Southern Torrent, they documented that. I can't remember it. Grant packet, but doing some sampling out there.
I was wondering, just because I know that area a little bit, and it just didn't strike me as horned salamander habitat. Is that creek more of a traditional forest creek as opposed to a lowland?
Yeah.
Willamette Valley Creek?
Yeah, so there's kind of the bridge in the big wetland area.
Yeah.
And then as you come up out of that, it goes into more of a.
More gradient.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, higher gradient.
That makes sense.
Pretty quickly after that. And the property extends maybe a quarter, a half mile above that beaver pond. And they do plan on, I think it was in their 2 or 3 wood placement structures up there. So the topic does extend into more of a classic cut-through gradient. Yeah.
So Paul, was it the lack of anadromous fish that gave this the high instead of the critical ranking, or why was this ranked high rather than critical?
Right, this actually came in at a medium.
Medium.
So, yeah.
Right. So yeah, what was the reasoning for that?
I think so. Myself personally, I ranked it as high. I thought it checked a lot of boxes. Just the other reviewers. So there was 2 or 3 other reviewers ranked it as medium. So I think it bumped it down. I don't know, I think maybe, yeah. the fact-
No ESA fish.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, I think cutthroat only, above and after me, part of it. Yeah, I don't know why, yep. Yep.
Chad, not a question, but more of just a topic to flag for our post presentation discussion, recognizing 11B and the emphasis on effectively mitigating the impact is our number one charge. The Leach Botanical gets me thinking about exposure and public education and outreach and just these tangential benefits, all things being equal if two projects are pretty close. Do those other things matter to us?
Yeah.
Just flagging it for discussion.
Yeah, we can discuss further, but Andrew, I think your thinking is right on. And it's a great opportunity to help educate the audience that we wouldn't otherwise maybe not reach.
Exactly.
And we can discuss later. So thank you for bringing that up.
So a quick note, and maybe this is for afterwards discussion as well. This map is really good. What would be really great to me, at least for my edification, is to have the overlay of the private forest ownership. So where we could anticipate the effects occurring versus where the benefits could propagate from, like laid on top of each other for spatial awareness of where each of the, like I said, the propagation of effects and benefits from those species. That's something to think about for the future. It just occurred to me today as I'm sitting in front of this for several hours now. I'm like, that would be so handy to have.
I would
The
agree, Kate.
mapping of private timberland's not excellent.
I know.
So it could be somewhat misleading.
Where is that?
Yeah.
Also, yeah.
Yeah.
I also did want to return to the point Heath made, which was it's the impact to the listed species, right? It's not so much about the effect of the
We also look
practice.
at the population level also.
Ah.
So where certain populations are affected, if there's benefits accruing to at a population level, that would be important for us.
Well, hang on to your hat. Region 5 is going to present these issues in spades.
All right.
What a segue.
So with that,
They're both from Region 5, big area, so they split there.
So my name's Kirsten Russell. I cover kind of like the northern part of Eastern Oregon. Thankfully, since Eastern Oregon is about 2/3 of the state, not just me, there's two of us. And so I cover kind of the Dalles, Hood River, John Day, and then the rest of Northeast Oregon. And then Jeremy can introduce himself.
I'm Jeremy Webster, the PFA bio out of Klamath Falls, and yeah, my region is Klamath County, Lake County, Malheur, Harney, which, those of you who know, there aren't a lot of forests out in Malheur or Harney. And then up to Deschutes, Crook, and Jefferson, I believe, is also my county. So a bit of a L shape there on the east side.
So you've seen a lot of this map, and since I was the one that made it, I thought I'd at least point out what the legend is, so you know like why, like what you're looking at. So the colors are representing the general category of the organization that applied. And then the relative size is relative to how much funding was requested, with the larger size meaning that they requested more funds compared to the smaller ones. And then obviously you've got the different PFA grant regions. So we're going to be talking about all of Eastern Oregon. So overall, we had about 26% of the ask, over $11 million, $11.3 million in requested funds. And so I think everyone was really excited about that. I know there was a lot of focus on the western part of the state when constructing the PFA. And so we were really excited to get the second largest number of applications per region. We don't do that by square area. That would change our metrics. But regardless, we got quite a few projects from Eastern Oregon, which I think we were really excited about. So we had 22 projects submitted overall. 9 of them were for implementation, 4 were planning, 3 were research and monitoring, and the rest were of some combination of those. We had one that ranked out as critical, 11 high, 7 medium, and 3 low. And we had 13 out of the 18 counties in Eastern Oregon represented as to where the projects were coming from. And so this is the slide I really want to kind of focus our attention on to get us grounded. Not everyone is as familiar with Eastern Oregon as there's some more unique challenges or differences with Eastern Oregon than what we've been talking about so far. So just kind of a shift in mindset, and I just wanted to ground us in that. And so the main thing I want to point out about the HCP species is Jeremy does have the giant salamander, specifically in the Klamath River, but there are no other HCP salmonids that are available, none in my region and pretty much most of Eastern Oregon. That's not to say that we don't have amphibians and we don't have amphibians that are of concern, but they were not ones that were specifically called out in the HCP. And so when looking at these projects, I would urge you to keep in mind that it can't just be a total numbers game as to how many boxes were checked, because there are a limited number of boxes that are even available to be checked in Eastern Oregon specifically. So we specifically are only able to focus on generally bull trout, mountain whitefish, and the salmonid species. And even that, we don't have chum salmon. We have a limited number of coho salmon. So even the number of salmonids we can kind of check off as being classified is a bit more limited than some of the other coastal areas where they're just like a hop, skipping away from the ocean where they're like growing and things. And so another big component is we get a lot of BPA funding for most of the restoration work that's done, and that typically goes towards funding Chinook projects. And so one thing that everyone in our region has been super excited about as they're learning about this PFA grant is that it is applicable to treat steelhead and trout streams, even if they're not areas that see Chinook salmon. And so this is a unique opportunity to actually get funding into areas that would otherwise not have any funding opportunities or have often be outcompeted because they don't have a Chinook in them. And so that's something that we're super excited about with this grant program. Some of the common issues that we see, which, you know, we see a lot of throughout the state, but these are the ones that are specific in Eastern Oregon, is that degraded habitat. A lot of times that's due to agriculture and ranching practices. A lot of high water temperatures, juvenile salmon, salmonid summer survival is a big issue that we talk about, which has to do with high water temperatures and the next point of streams that go dry and are only intermittently wet. Doesn't mean that fish aren't there. There are plenty of intermittent streams and seasonal streams that have salmonid in them during the times that they are wet. But that is an ongoing challenge. As well as just a general decline in the anadromous populations, as well as non-native competition by species such as brook trout and other introduced species that may outcompete the natives, as well as catastrophic wildfires. It's a lot drier in the east, and so wildfires can quickly get out of hand. And you know, if there's lightning strikes and things like that, they're not always necessarily human caused. And so I'll just mention, you can go ahead and go to the next slide. Since we both covered the regions, we'll be jumping back and forth because we each reviewed different applications. And so we'll practice your head turning abilities, keep you active here. So who you're looking at if you want to look at either. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. So our first project here will be our only critical one, or the only one that scored critical on the east side after we averaged scores. And it's going to touch on those last two common issues Kristen was talking about. So it's the establishment of redundant populations of bull trout in the Upper Klamath Basin. The applicant is U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Project type is all of them: planning, research, stakeholder, all of those things. The cost is about $750,000 for a 5-year project. HCP species. So
The listed one is bull trout. This will also benefit red band in a lot of these streams, and post dam removal, we have hope that we might get some Chinook and steelhead this far up into the upper Klamath Basin. That obviously remains to be seen. So the project's going to do a few things. First is to establish additional bull trout populations. For those of you who don't know, the Bootleg Fire wiped out a whole lot of our critical bull trout areas, 170 miles worth. It also wiped out 4 populations. So a project like this can be very important for the east side. The second part of this project is to test the feasibility of artificial propagation or translocation. So this is their idea to evaluate kind of captive rearing and translocation of multiple life stages early in the project. So then they can take the best, whichever works best, you know, moving later stages to some of these creeks in the upper Sprague River, most likely, is where this donor population is going to be, which is well within the footprint of the Bootleg Fire. And the last part is to eradicate non-native fishes. So back to what Kirsten was talking about, a common issue out here. Brook trout is a huge one in the Klamath Basin and the upper Sprague River. They outcompete bull trout very well, and they also hybridize with bull trout. And so the plan here is using tribal technicians and pesticide to eradicate bull trout, especially here in Annie Creek. I think they plan on doing somewhere around 28 kilometers of it. They've already had some success in Sun Creek. I apologize, I didn't show, but for those of you who don't know, this is Crater Lake National Park up here. And so Annie Creek, they're hoping to remove brook trout. They've had some success in Sun Creek over here. So potential benefits, well, it'll provide redundancy of bull trout in the event of more catastrophic wildfire. You've seen what happens with the Bootleg Fire, and I know the applicant doesn't want this to happen again. We don't want to lose a whole bunch of bull trout populations. Another benefit is it builds on regional bull trout restoration projects, Fish and Wildlife's climate recovery implementation plan for bull trout identifies these areas as very important to reestablishing these populations. And the third benefit is engages local tribes and further their treaty goals. This is the Klamath tribes, to be clear. Again, it's going to engage their technicians as part of their budget. And it does fall in line with treaty goals. Concern is, you know, anytime you use pesticide to remove or to put in a stream, you're going to hit some non-target organisms. There are some native species within these streams that will likely suffer as a result. Yes, next slide, please.
So the next one is a research and monitoring study, the assessment of MYY brook trout as a technology to manage non-native brook trout in the upper South Fork Sprague River, Klamath River Basin, projects years 2024 to 2026. So the applicant is ODFW. This would benefit bull trout and red band species. And the project would be introducing MYY brook trout. And for those of you that don't know, MYY brook trout are a genetically modified type of brook trout that have an extra Y chromosome. And so all their offspring are male, so theoretically reducing, like they won't be able to reproduce after that. So that's kind of the technique. And so the benefits of this project is that it addresses some of those root issues of non-native species populations. And we didn't do this on purpose. We did this alphabetically, but it instead of using a pesticide approach, it's going at it from a different side of things. So this is like an alternative way of kind of doing similarly to what the project was you just heard about, by addressing that root issue of the reproductive side of thing, as opposed to just killing everything and starting fresh. Brook trout are known to be the primary limiting factor to bull trout recovery in this area. And this is a 10-year project that started back in 2018. And so the funding request is specifically for the next 2 years of the project. And so that is I guess I didn't put it in one of the concerns, but just in terms of thoughts for potentially funding this. If you stop funding a project in the middle of a 10-year project, that there can be some major challenges with the overall research side of things. But then for concerns, this is an experimental method for large streams. The MYY brook trout have been introduced into smaller size stream basins, and more research has been done in that size category of streams. And so that's part of the reason for doing this research, is to do this as kind of a case study on these larger stream networks. But it's research. They don't know what the implications are going to be, whether it will be effective. So just something to take in mind. It has the chance of hurting native HCP species in the short term due to competition. If you're introducing a bunch of non-natives, they're going to be in the short term competing for food, resources, habitat, things like that, that the natives would also potentially be wanting. So just, something to keep in mind. And stated in the application, this idea that the results likely won't be seen for at least 10 years because of the way that this method works. It relies on the inability to reproduce. And so it's not like you're seeing instantaneous results. And so there's a bit of a delay in terms of when you're actually going to see whether this project was successful or not. And so that would not necessarily be within the lifespan of the funding source through the PFA. And overall, this and all the rest of the ones we'll be talking about, the regional average was ranked as high. So the next one is the Baldwin Creek Fish Passage and Habitat Enhancement Project. The applicant was Hood River County, and this is an implementation project. It would benefit coho, cutthroat, and rainbow or steelhead. This project replaces 2 passage barriers, as well as restores 1.25 miles of in-stream habitat, so a both and sort of situation, which would then benefit by reconnecting 11 acres of floodplain and reconnecting 2 miles upstream, so both the lateral and longitudinal aspect of restoration. The concern for this was only a 30% design was submitted at the time the application was put in. Sarah had already kind of made a mention of this, applying for things as you're in the process, but just something to be under consideration. A lot can change between the 30 and 60, 80, 100% design. And we were only able to review the 30% design, as well as the regional review team, the biologists that were tagged, believe that the HCP benefits might have been a bit overstated in terms of which species would benefit from this project, as well as the whether or not the barriers that were being removed are barriers for all species at all life stages, or just certain ones, but certainly barriers to at least some species at least sometimes of the year, but maybe not quite as critical as what the applicant had stated.
Let's read. Next is the Cool Springs in Dawson restoration design. This is one of the few projects, I believe, that a tribal organization.
I think so.
Okay. The tribal organization is the applicant. So it is a planning project at a cost of about, let's say, 200 grand for a 2-year project. HCP species here, rainbow red-banded steelhead. Project itself is to develop a plan to improve 4 miles of Desminimus Creek. Yeah. I've been saying that for weeks.
Hopefully that's why we just say Chestnut. Yeah.
Okay. Chestnut Creek. Anyways, this watershed's extremely vulnerable to temp and hydraulic changes due to historic logging and agricultural issues, and also removing beaver from the landscape. The plan would be to improve this creek with wood augmentation, some fire resiliency, floodplain connection, BDAs, and some channel reconstruction. At least that's what they're hoping the plans will, show. Benefits One of the big ones is this project is part of a multi-agency effort on 14 miles of the creek. Just immediately above here, Forest Service and Trout Unlimited are doing some restoration work for, I believe, 6 miles past where the project site is. In addition, the restoration would benefit a unique population of steelhead. This is a wild population. There's no high periodic augmentation anywhere within. I believe it's the Joseph watershed. Is that right? One concern, and honestly, I don't think it's much of a concern, but there's the possibility of this being on private land. There is the possibility it could be sold during or after the project. But based on the applicant and the person who has worked with the landowner in the past, it seems they have a pretty good feel if things do change hands. There's a chance they could get a conservation easement, or they're pretty confident that they could work with the landowner to continue these restoration projects.
This is the Cottonwood Creek Basin and Stream Habitat Design from the Monument Soil and Water Conservation District. This is a planning project that would benefit red band and steelhead. And this would be designing 8.2 miles of low-tech process-based restoration. That's what the LTPBR stands for. The benefits is that this is an important steelhead stream and basin for both spawning and rearing habitats. They're using a watershed scale approach to restoration. 8.2 miles is considerate. And it's also within an ODFW beaver emphasis area, which is an agency-wide effort to be increasing beaver restoration and activity throughout different basins within the state. And beaver dam analogs may help limit smallmouth bass movement, which smallmouth bass would be one of the invasive species. Some of the concerns for this projects are that the BDAs may also create smallmouth bass hotspots via pools, since bass tend to like pools, stiller water, warmer water, just what that would do relative to the other species. And that the applicant had talked about beaver surveys as part of the ask in terms of the funding. And based on the PFA priorities, grant priorities, beavers are not a qualified HCP species, although they are emphasized in the PFA document itself. But just taking into account that the beaver surveys may not be well aligned with the documented PFA priorities as they're stated. And so just taking that into consideration as you're considering funding all or part of the project. Yeah.
So in order to be confusing, we're going to move on to another Cottonwood Creek restoration effort.
It makes us stay on our toes and still like, okay, this mine is who's going here.
So this is one of 3 high priority projects put forth by the Lake County Umbrella Watershed Council. Pardon me. All 3, I believe, are implementation projects, all relatively cheap. The cost of this one's $163, so below $200,000. It's a 1-year project, and this may interest the committee based on what we've been talking about today. According to the applicant, much of those costs are going towards increased construction costs. They had the design in place. I believe some work may have been done. I might be thinking of a different project. But those increased construction costs have seemingly been a problem for the Watershed Council. For these 3 projects in Cottonwood Creek in particular, goose like red band trout are the HCP species. They're the only salmonid within Lake County, within this basin, so pretty important stuff there. The plan is to restore 1.5 miles of denuded channel on Cottonwood Creek. This takes place entirely on private agricultural land. Benefits are they plan to replace a low water crossing with an over channel crossing. So right now what's in there is a place for cattle to access the water. I believe it's the only place on the ranch for vehicles to cross. And so it makes it very difficult for fish to pass this area. A culvert would help with that. Second part is to realign the channel to reactivate meanders. So that'll help stabilize the stream bank. It'll prevent further incision. It'll prevent lateral erosion of the creek itself farther into the agricultural land, which is of course a concern for the private landowner. It'll also create and improve pool habitat. And the third benefit here is they're hoping to convert surface water irrigation to groundwater, so that should prevent entrainment of fishes during irrigation times. Concerns are pretty similar across these three projects that I'll present here. There's not a lot of community uplift engagement. These are all on private land. The restoration itself will take place entirely on private land. But that being said, the Watershed Council is very good about outreach and education within Lake County. They've made a lot of great contacts there, and it's why they're able to get these projects done relatively cheaply. Next one, please, Amy. So, second one from the Lake County Watershed Council. This is Cox Creek Fish Passage and Screening. Again, this is on private agricultural land within Lake County. Another implementation plan, another relatively cheap project at about $150,000. This is a 1 or 2 year project. Again, construction costs have increased, so they're seeking more money there. Again, ACB species of the Goose Lake Red-Band trout. They're looking to do a few things here: install a fish screen and passage at a diversion. So currently there's a culvert preventing passage. Oddly, they're going to kind of do nearly the opposite of what the last project is. They're going to remove the culvert and put in a low water hardened crossing. So that'll, according to the project, that should give the ability of these trout to pass upstream. In addition, they're going to install a fish screen. Entrainment within the ditch network is an issue within Lake County. So these are important steps that can be made for restoration of these channels. Concern, again, not a lot of uplift for the community because it's entirely on private land, although it does benefit, you know, the red-band trout to express its life history and go to public places, which many of these headwaters of these creeks are actually upon Forest Service land.
Eagle Creek Floodplain Restoration Design Project. This is from Trout Unlimited. It's a planning project that would benefit bull trout, mountain whitefish, red band, and steelhead. This would be designing 0.8 miles and 24 acres of floodplain restoration. And the benefits of this project is a lot to do with where its location is within the watershed. So it's based low in the watershed at the mouth of the clean cold water system. And so theoretically, that would be a great way to get these species to want to go into that stream and go further up. If the first part isn't great, they may not want to go further. So the fact that this is doing some great work down right at the mouth of the watershed, it might get more used by some of these species of interest. The other component is the location of the project reach is in somewhat of a transition zone between, I believe it's like lowland and upland sort of areas, and transition zones just in general biology are biology hotspots. And they're a really great place to see lots of different species. And so that's another great component as to where this project is located. The concerns that the regional review team expressed are that bull trout and steelhead are currently thought to be functionally extirpated from this project reach. Although they were, as I said, stated as a potential species uplift by the applicant. And so just something to keep in mind. Me too. The North Fork Walla Walla River, River Mile 4.3 to 6.3 floodplain restoration. This is by the Walla Walla Basin Watershed Council. And this is both an implementation and planning project that would benefit quite a few species, bull trout, chinook, mountain whitefish, rainbow and splash red band, and steelhead. And so this is a joint effort of 1 mile of design and 1 mile of floodplain restoration. Those are not the same 1 mile. They're laterally spaced out because this is part of a 5.2 mile continuous reach that there's a multi-phased project. And so this is kind of working on the next phase of that with the next mile of design while the previous mile is being implemented. And so the other benefits, it restores habitat to salmonids that are on the risk of extinction. They're definitely trending that way, which is never what the trend you like to see. And it uses a holistic restoration approach to address functional issues. So again, I like it when they're not like a Band-Aid approach where they're just addressing however I want to say it, so that they're not just doing something that doesn't address the root cause. They're thinking about it from the holistic design process. And there's 17 miles of really quality habitat upstream of this project site. And so again, that accessibility of the fish to get up there and use that habitat is awesome. And within this basin, the North Fork, where this project is located, is the one that is most in need of restoration within that basin. The main concern the region review team had was that only a 30% design was submitted for the part that is being asked for the implementation part of the money. The applicant has contacted me to clarify that they are up to 80% design as of today, moving along to the 100% design. That should be coming up very soon, but at the time of the application, the one that was submitted was 30%. So again, just something to take into consideration.
So our next project, high priority project, is the Ochoco Preserve project. The applicant is the Deschutes Land Trust. Sorry, AJ. It takes place entirely within the city of Prineville. It's an implementation project, relatively high cost for our side, at least seemingly $500,000. It's a 1 to 2 year project. This phase, it was a little bit confusing in the application itself, but it is a multi-phase project. I believe this particular ask is for phase 2 and 3, or at least parts of phase 3. They've already done some work. As you can see, there's some big designs for this area. HCP species they're seeking to uplift are bull trout, chinook, red band, and steelhead. Talking to a local fish bio, currently the only thing there are red band. He thinks that bull trout are extirpated from that reach along the Crooked River here. And then the chinook and steelhead are hoping to be reintroduced at the latter end of the project. So these are spring chinook and summer steelhead. I'll explain that a bit more in a moment. The project itself is looking to restore ecological functionality along reach of the Crooked River. What they're trying to do is address a lack of habitat for aquatic organisms. This was pretty heavily ag land, ditch networks, everything that's associated with agricultural works. So it looks a lot different, although it looks better now, but it looks a lot different than what it would have historically. And the project seeks to create 2 miles of main base flow channel, 1.5 miles of side channel, 11 acres of wetland, 37 acres of floodplain, and 75 acres of upland. This will be after, as far as I can tell, after all phases, so not just this part of the project. Benefits are several. It'll establish wetland, upland connectivity with the Crooked River. So the water has access to the floodplain, oxbow side channels. It'll restore some oxbows and off-channel fish rearing habitat. And this is where the spring chinook and summer steelhead can come in. The plan is for them to introduce these two as smolts into these acclimation ponds with the hope that they'll be able to make their way back. So again, they're not there right now, but they plan on introducing them. When the project match is a bit interesting, it's about 8 times the project budget, so about $4 million. But it does seem like a big project match. As far as I can tell, it's for the entire phase 1 through 5. So some of it's already been done and some of it will be beyond what this project is seeking to do. Couple concerns. It's a relatively small footprint along the river, so it's within the city of Prineville. This is pretty much just a mile of river channel here and then half a mile of Choco Creek, wherever that is, somewhere in there. Bigger concern is what's going on upstream and downstream of the project site. So downstream, probably a lot of you know better than I do, is the Pelton Round Butte Dam. There's no upstream passage of fish right now. As far as I know, fish that come back, that they want to come back, they'll truck them. I'm not sure to where, but I have a vague idea of how that works. More limiting, in my opinion, is what's going on upstream. There's a couple of more dams that are complete blockage for upstream fish migration. The other big problem is they release water that is opposite to historic conditions. So that's not going to benefit the fishes within the creek or within the river itself when they're releasing during summer a lot more water. Sorry, not in the river, but they're using a lot more water for irrigation. Slide. Spencer Creek, close to home. So this is the Spencer Creek Diversion Restoration and Monitoring Project. The applicant is Trout Unlimited. This is implementation, planning, research, and monitoring, a relatively cheap project at about 230 grand for a 3-year project. Currently, ACP species located there are coastal giant salamander and red band. But with the removal of the climate dams, which are removed, but still a lot of work to be done, we are hoping to see coho, chinook, and steelhead reoccupy the upper Klamath Basin. So the project itself is looking to improve fish passage. They're going to install a rock riffle weir where there is currently a irrigation diversion. They're going to screen another irrigation diversion that's approximately 1.5 miles up from the mouth of the creek as it runs into Klamath River. I just realized they don't even show the creek here, but that's 66, so it's right in here. Is where Spencer Creek is. So a study has, then the last part is to monitor ACP populations post-dam removal within the creek. So they're going to throw in some pit arrays. They're going to continue spawning surveys that are already done here, and then install a video weir at the mouth of Spencer Creek where it hits the Klamath River. Benefits, I think, are big. This is the only project within the PFA grant that is seeking to capitalize on the largest dam removal in U.S. history. It's a very important project, in my opinion, due to this simple reason. Additionally, a study has shown that identifies Spencer Creek as the best place to possibly have spawning coho. There are no coho there currently. It would be something else to get those spawning up there again, and that's based on stream size and available spawning habitat. It's really the only place we are likely to see coho in the upper Klamath Basin within Oregon. And lastly, it opens about 15 miles of potential spawning habitat by installing this fish passage and screening the irrigation diversion. The concern, which the committee has already voiced about these salamanders, is there's no plan to actually study or monitor them during the project. They are present here. They are encountered during spawning surveys. I know they do take note of when they find one, but as far as I know, they do not plan to monitor them. Slide. Let's be too far. So this will be our final slide of the day, our final project to present. So before that, I just want to thank the committee for bringing us up here, for allowing us to present these projects. I hope I can speak on behalf of the rest of the PFA bios and saying thank you, and especially a big thank you to Andy. Those of you probably know he's done a lot of work behind the scenes, but he's worked with us a lot. to get these things done right, to make sure we're all on the same page. So
I've annoyed you guys a lot, but nice way
So
of saying
with
that.
I bring you the Upper Drews Creek Fish Passage Project, the final one from the Lake County Umbrella Watershed. This is another high priority project taking place within Lake County. Another implementation project, another very cheap project at under 100,000 yen. That money is probably going, or a good bit of that is due to increased construction costs. It's a one-year project looking to benefit red band trout. Again, who's like red band trout? They're going to establish a fish passage at a diversion barrier. So it will look similar to this. I can't recall if this is on the same property or not. But this is an example of work that the Watershed Council has done with private landowners. So currently, they want to establish this barrier because when stop logs are in place is the time for migration, especially upstream migration of red band trout. It also builds on previous work with the landowner. This landowner has been on this landscape and owned that for over 50 years. And there's been several projects done within or with Lake County Watershed Council with this particular landowner. So they have shown success in the past. Little bit of concern again, it's all on private land, so it's hard sometimes to see that community engagement. And then it is within a wide valley floor, so there is no plan to address the lack of riparian vegetation, as this has been a working range for some time. So that may be a concern. It's kind of just part and parcel with this part of the state, though. That is it.
All right.
Good job, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the presentations. Questions for Judy?
Any questions for?
Thank you to all of you guys for the presentations. That was really helpful and I know project to put everything together, so we really appreciate it.
I have three questions. One, you mentioned on the Cool Springs and Dawson Restoration project that, you know, there's a possibility of private land sold after completion of the project. It seems likely to me that that's true of all of the private land projects, which there were several just in the pool that you identified. Is there a reason you identified that as a risk on that project in particular, or is that just true generally of private land? Vision projects?
I'll speak and then you can. I identified it because the project applicant wrote in there that it is a possibility. I can't recall under what context. In regards to the other projects I've talked about, in defense of these Lake County ones, which I think you are referring to, they have worked with many of these landowners in the past, and many of these Lake County landowners have been there for 50, 60, multiple generations. But please, Kirsten, speak to the actual project.
Yeah, no, I was gonna mention that as well. The applicant calls it out in the application itself.
I could sell this at any moment.
There are conversations with certain landowners, but they're actively working on plans moving forward for if that were to be a case. So it's a conversation that's come up.
Well, then the applicant is not the landowner.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tribal, the tribe is the applicant and they're working closely with private landowners. There's multiple private landowners within the stretch of that project application.
So my second question is regarding the two projects, for the red band trout running into Goose Lake. In that watershed feeding Goose Lake with those red band trout, to your knowledge, is there any significant forced practices in that area? And I realize that's not critical, but here we're dealing with a species and maybe a very specific population that maybe has no overlap at all with forced practices. And I wondered if you had thoughts on this.
So all of those that are in the valley floor, all those three projects were within the valley floor. They're all coming out of either Forest Service land or Green Diamond land. So that water is starting farther up in the watershed. So whether or not it crosses over with forest practices, I would say it does to some degree. A lot of that is also, a lot of the headwaters there are also footprint of the bootleg fire. I'm not sure I actually answered your question.
I think that gets to some of it, you know, maybe some green diamond activity up there.
I think just Collins might have some ground up there too.
Collins is definitely in the area. I don't know. I haven't worked with Collins a whole lot yet, so I don't know exactly where.
And it's, our forest practices you know, again, this one's like a unique scenario. Are forest practices in that area impacting these populations of red band trout?
Yes, they're certainly impacting if the red band aren't up within the forest, which many are. It's certainly impacting the water they get.
I see. Very good.
Can I just make a quick comment as well in regards to the general line of thought and question that you're using there? So with, as Jeremy was mentioning, obviously like keeping the water cold to get down to where these trout are, or to allow the trout to even pass through that to get up is like a big component, as well as the way that the PFA grant application is written currently. It doesn't specify that, like it calls out that it doesn't need to be on forest land.
And I don't think it would have to be.
Yeah,
I just
so
kind
I
of
just
want
wanted to like call that out as like just making sure that that isn't held against applicants if it's not on forest land, since it wasn't required.
But I do think though that with regard to, for instance, Oregon Coast Coho, you could have an area where you don't have any forest practices, but you're benefiting Oregon Coast Coho because they are definitely overlapping with forest practices elsewhere. Here, maybe it's a harder question. That is to say, the forest practices, I have zero knowledge actually about this. I'm a West Side forestry guy. The forest practices that are occurring on green diamond lands may or may not have overlap with red band trout threats. Like, I don't know, like is there actual warming water to those populations? And, you know, to what degree would that be true?
I would say in general, the a lot of stream biologists and hydrologists and restoration biologists and people in the non-forestry field, because I am learning more about forestry, but protecting headwaters and like springs and cool water sources is critical for everything downstream. And one thing that we really emphasize is just the interconnectedness of all watersheds. And so regardless of whether the species are physically present in those waters, doesn't necessarily mean that that upstream land use is not affecting the quality and the ability of the fish to survive downstream. And that's definitely a big limiting factor in Eastern Oregon, with having degraded headwater streams. That is then going to implement whether or not the fish are able to make it all the way, or how far up they can go, or whether they can survive the super warm waters or get past these drying reaches that don't have the riparian protections needed and go dry or whatever when they're trying to migrate through the summer at low water and warm water.
And sorry, just one more. It's specific to Lake County itself. Goose Lake has gone dry, possibly is dry in a major drought right now. So a lot of these red band trout are sticking to the streams now, not going all the way down. There are other reservoirs, of course, that they use, but Goose Lake's in pretty bad shape right now, as far as I know.
Fair enough. And I had just kind of envisioned this funding effort as being to try to ameliorate problems in some ways that had been caused by forestry. And the connection here between forestry causing problems in that watershed for the red band trout was more distant for me. But suffice it to say, I take your word for it that there is some overlap. I have one more question for you. On the North Fork Walla Walla River project, you mentioned that they're now at an 80% design bill. Are their numbers holding? That is to say, is the dollar numbers still in the right place, given that they've done so much more design work?
I have not personally seen the designs. It's just a conversation I had with the applicant. And I'm guessing they'd be willing to share those designs. They didn't mention anything about what the funding costs, if those had changed at all. So I don't know.
Yeah, thanks for handing this map out because it illustrates the question.
We have a new one coming because this doesn't show all the projects, so they actually just used the wrong layers. There's a new one.
I thought maybe this showed the highest ranking projects now.
It does, but it doesn't show all the projects.
Okay. Well, I still think my question's valid though, which is,
And that layer is from 2018 for that forest layer, just so you guys know.
Kirsten, you talked about how
Small woodland.
you and others in Eastern Oregon were excited about this funding opportunity. And yet, other than the 3 projects in the climate, there's one in Eastern Oregon that seems to have made the cut. Why do you think that is?
I don't know, because I didn't, that's something I'm curious to find out as well, and hoping to understand a bit more through this meeting engagement. The way that our capacity was just to rank critical, high, medium, low. We weren't part of the 1 to 74 actual ranking. And so that's not how our ranking scores work.
That came from the MAC members.
Yeah, and so I was curious to find out more as well. My hunch and part of the reason I wanted to specify what I did on the slide is we can't claim as many HCP covered species, and just making sure that that's accounted for appropriately in the rankings.
That's what I figured. And I guess it does sort of beg the question of geographic diversity and whether that's matters to us.
I think it does, but I also wouldn't make too much hay out of it. That is to say, to the comment earlier about this not being a terribly precise process, and the fact that at least on my chart, I used region 5 as purple, like they're like 8 out of the next 10.
Right, they're very close.
Yeah, so it's very close there. And so I think that there's room to have a conversation.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, on the brook trout removal one, the MYY, has that technique been used elsewhere? Is that successful?
It has been used elsewhere, primarily in those smaller, I think it's less than 10 kilometer watersheds. And like I said, it's a long-term process, and I think there's still ongoing research. I don't know if you can speak. I've never, this is a newer process for me, just in terms of it's not where my focus has been. I've learned about it partly through this project and elsewhere. I've heard of it before. It's not like it's a brand new project. It's been around for quite a few years. I just don't know the research. Sounds like you do.
Yeah, if I could speak to that just a little. Mark, in terms of brook trout, state of Idaho's really taken the lead on exploring the idea, and they've got a number of pilot projects underway there that are ahead of us in Oregon. But in Oregon, we've got the pilot project that was part of the proposal presented here. And then up in the gorge, Fish and Wildlife Service is doing a brook trout pilot program there with YY as well. So with brook trout in non-native fish control, it really is kind of new technology that's being experimented with. It looks like it has a lot of promise. It's also being tested on a lot of other species as well. I mean, managing invasive species is such a massively growing problem for the world, really. And using hormones to feminize males and to try to crash the population by creating an all-male population really is appealing technology, but it's still, I'd say, a bit unproven in terms of complete eradication. Still being tested.
And is this being run by the ODF&W research people out of Corvallis or where? 'Cause I think it's.
Running it is out of the grant, but I'm not sure where he's getting his direction from.
We've been contributing funding to it as well. Fish and Wildlife Service, the front end of the project was funded by our office. And it's ODFW's Native Fish Investigations Program under Alex Harrison. And Mike Maywig, who works under her, based out of Wallowa County, is running the project on the ground.
Chris, it sounds like you've got some experience with this, and I mean, quite frankly, it is a little dystopian to try to crash a population by feminizing the males, right? And so what concerns are from the public? like, if we're going to do this, is there any concern that we're gonna be criticized by the greater public for funding these types of projects, introducing these genetically altered fish to try to crash this population? I mean, is this?
They're not actually genetically modified. That's a pretty important point. Their sex chromosome is being modified by introducing of a steroid hormone during egg development. So in terms of the progeny that are basically males with YY chromosomes, they are still, there's no concern regarding, say, human consumption of them in the environment, the way there are concerns with genetically modified organisms.
Okay.
And so I know like the state of Idaho has looked at that much more closely and has outreach around that, just to sway any negative public perception that might come along with that kind of technology.
Yeah, I appreciate that explanation.
Yep.
Are they gonna have take protection? You know what I mean? Like, to the degree that brook trout are imperiling bull trout, and you're gonna introduce a whole bunch more brook trout, isn't that harming a listed species?
Well, one more little nuance with Kirsten's presentation is the South Fork Sprague, where this action is happening, is historical habitat for bull trout, but they're not there now.
Oh, I see.
So there are no impacts to bull trout from introducing more brook trout on the scene.
I see.
The idea is to test out whether we can remove brook trout from a watershed without using pesticides, with all of their ancillary effects, and then reintroduce bull trout.
Yeah.
That's the more conceptual approach that's being taken.
Yeah, that's great.
These are also within, almost all of that's within the bootleg footprints. So one of the big issues is the brook trout have come back strong and much faster. Obviously, the bull trout have been extirpated in a lot of those streams, but rookies are coming back.
That's kind of ideal, improving this, because there will not be any detrimental effect to the native population.
Right.
Okay. And just also want to call out, we were all provided this map with industrial forest ownership. This does not reflect small forest land ownership. Right, just brought that up. So there may actually be a nexus with forestry. If it doesn't show it as an industrial ownership, there is a lot of acres in the state that are small woodland owners.
I just wasn't sure. That just says.
So for next year, we can get you guys, we can use the actual HCP permit area layer, be a better match.
And then like on Oakley's website, there's the forest land ownership that breaks it all out. So that's a good map to look at if you want to see that.
And Andrew, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, Jeremy, follow up on Spencer Creek. Is there a record of coho being there before?
It's a good question. I don't know for certain. I believe I don't want to answer that without knowledge.
I had a question about the Walla Walla project. The price tag is substantial relative to the length of channel that's being addressed. I didn't review this application, so I'm trying to skim through and see, is that because there's a lot of really large rock additions to accomplish the floodplain reconnection, or do you have an understanding? I can't remember. I'm sorry, you could be presented.
That was me, yeah.
Sort of, why that cost for the length being treated.
Yeah, I am not sure. I am not as comfortable with price tags on things, so I'm still getting familiar with that side of the restoration process, so I can't speak to that.
All right. If there's no other questions from the committee, we will take a short break. And when we get back, we're going to opportunity for the ex officio members to weigh in on that stuff. Yeah.
How long? 15 minutes, or did you want to do 30?
Let's do a 20-minute break. It's 3:11 now, so we'll rejoin here at 3:30.
Good.
Up there now. All right. Thanks, everybody. Enjoyed your break. We are now to the point of this final committee discussion. But we are first going to hear from all of the ex officio members. Make sure they have a chance to weigh in and discuss the merits of the projects we've seen presented. So with that, I'll just kind of open the floor to any ex officio member who'd like to provide comment or ask questions of our stream bios that have made the presentation.
I had a couple comments.
Yes.
First, just on that Klamath Bull Trout project, I was really excited to see that be developed and submitted and ranked fairly high. One of the facts I just wanted to cite out of the recovery plan was even before Bootleg Fire, the recovery plan called for the reestablishment of, I think, 7 additional bull trout populations in that basin, given the number of extirpations that have happened the last 30 to 40 years. And then with Bootleg extirpated 3 or 4, I think maybe you said 4, 4 of the existing. So the Klamath Basin, bull trout and the Klamath are an entire recovery unit for bull trout, one of 6 across the range in the US. And so their status was very poor prior to Bootleg, and now with the additional extirpations, they're in really rough shape in that entire recovery unit. So so that was a big dollar ask for sure, but the ambitions laid out in that proposal, given my review, are exciting, warranted. Yeah, I'm just excited about it. I hope it does get funding. So I wanted to put that out there. And then this is maybe a question for the 2 proposals that came in under the last group regarding, let's see, it was the Lake County Umbrella Watershed Council submitted 2 or 3 different.
Three that were ranked high.
I know that they are also involved in at least 2 different funding applications to OWEB through their FIP program, and these are very high dollar, multi-million-dollar proposals, 5-6 year projects. I guess I'm just wondering if there's any sort of check-in or crosswalk between applications submitted here, PFA grant program, that might also be being submitted to OWEB for funding as well. And that process is playing out right now, and funding decisions will probably be made in the next month or 2. They might be applying to both programs, and if OWEB funds it, and these 3 projects are ranked high and being considered for funding, well, maybe they pull out of this application because they're funded through OWEB, and that opens up some other opportunities here. So I guess I don't know how that process might work, but it might be worth checking, if they're being considered for funding here, it might be worth checking in with them regarding whether they're trying to get the same projects funded through OWEB, and if they get funded through FIP, whether they need funding from the private forest accord. Something to just maybe follow up on with that that entity that applied for funding here.
Chris, can I respond? Yeah. Conversely, if there's a project that OWEB's considering that would be really good for this program in terms of meeting the objectives of this program, should OWEB pass it over this way?
I think some of them have they're relying on matches from each other for their site. We're seeing them where an OWEB project is applying here for the match and vice versa, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I think a crosswalk definitely needs to happen. My staff that do the OWEB reviews have brought that to our attention.
Yeah, that's something that we definitely have to touch with that web that we will hope to be doing pretty soon here. So revolving.
The time being, at least for today, we should be evaluating these projects independent of whether or not OWEB may or may not fund them in the future, and then kind of settle that out post-meeting.
Yeah,
It's a good call out.
yeah, totally agree, Chad. Yep.
There are ex officio members.
I had, well, maybe more of a question in general, but using this example, the Patterson Creek project in Region 1, where the cost was almost $7 million there. In those cases, and and this might be in the guidance somewhere or something, would it be, is partial funding a consideration for any of these projects? Is that something that would be discussed if one is chosen to, okay,
Yeah, it
This
was,
can consider that.
yeah.
and it was, discussed with various applicants. I believe it was in the guidance that partial funding
Okay.
can be considered,
Okay.
at the time too. So, yes.
It's just hard for us to take that on the fly, you know, like, what am I gonna do? I squint at it and go, how about 3.5 million?
Well, to that point, I was wondering if there's like some process to coordinate with them and say, well, what could you do with less or something?
So that is what I planned. I anticipate a little bit of that. And so we have about a 2-week window after this. I'd like that to be a smaller window.
Yeah.
But I do plan, if there is partial funding, to turn around to the applicant and say, okay, this is what we have, what can we do? And then kind of approach it there.
For their budget narratives are really helpful, so we
Yes.
can identify the components that we
Yeah,
may
they
like
really
upon
itemize it
and the
well.
points we don't. For example, if there were like an upland component that we didn't feel was aligned with the goals outlined here, we could say, we're going to fund these components that are not associated with the upland piece. We can seek funding elsewhere for that.
Yeah, we'll take
We've got some time for that, right, Andy? A couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be reaching out, I'll be turning around next week to an extent with applicants and working with them. But we gotta get commission packets in and whatnot.
And so the committee could, make a collective decision to preliminarily fund something pending discussion with the applicant, but we need to think through like, what's the circle back to you all?
Yeah, and I kind of hate to put those politics on you too, Andy, right? Like now all of a sudden you're the green light, red light with some applicant who's very invested in their project that puts you in a hard spot.
It is, but it is somewhat of a standard process. It happens. When I've been an applicant, I don't say no to money. And we figure out a workaround. Now, if it changes the goal significantly, I would be raising a flag at that point, of course. And we'd have a further discussion of that. I appreciate it nonetheless, but that does happen. We say, we really like it. This is what we can do for it.
Mark Grenbemmer, I see you have your hand. Are you?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I, in the future, I hope we see more projects in the Willamette. Because we have
Well, it's
species that
definitely,
really need it.
one of the things we talked about when we first got started is let's just be very open-ended with this
Right.
first round and see what comes in.
Yeah.
And it may inform the need to do focused investments in the
Right.
future.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, targeted outreach.
Or targeted outreach. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark, I saw you had your hand up. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, are you able to hear me all right?
Yeah, very well.
Great. Appreciate all the discussion. It's been really good to listen to the presentations and hear the conversation that the committee's been having. Before I jump into a couple questions, I just want to echo the thanks to the folks that were involved in the review of this. It's a lot of work and it takes a lot of time, but it's the foundation of a grant process like this, and it wouldn't happen without each and every one of you spending the time to look at the applications and give thoughtful feedback. So thank you very much. I think my first question's for Andy, so I'll put Andy on the spot right away. So you'll be managing the grants. Do you have any expectations as far as when projects should be implemented by? I mean, are you looking at 1 year, starting in 1 year, starting in 2 years, starting in a month?
So that's a great question. We will have to be working on project timelines. There was a great guidance given in the initial guidelines, since been revised, about when projects should expect execution. We're expecting execution late summer of this year for all projects, smaller projects a little faster. But implementation date or project length does vary. Some are a few years, some are 1 year. Some are more than 3 or 4 years, not many, but they're averagely around 2 to 4 years, I would say.
Great, thanks. Because I know it's good that there's some latitude and flexibility because project implementation, especially with the restoration, can be difficult in the well, at any time with permitting, there's timelines and there's challenges and there's bottlenecks with staffing, not only on the applicant's part, but with agencies that are tasked with doing the permitting. That coupled with the need to do the cultural resource survey work, and in some of these cases, there's projects that are going to have to go through the county floodplain certification. Water right projects going to have those additional things added. I know water resources, like many agencies, is backlogged with things, and if you have to add certified water rights examiner work and other things, that there can be delays to projects. But I know for applicants, being able to have those funds committed to a project is important, especially for securing funds from other sources. So that's good. As far as is projects and project complexity, a lot of the larger, more complex projects that have the higher dollar figures end up having to cobble together a lot of different funding sources and funding streams, and it almost ends up looking like a puzzle, and each funding source becomes a puzzle. And while some pieces may be smaller or some pieces may not be going towards that really cool aspect of the project, having all those puzzle pieces in place is critical. And many times applicants will look to funding sources not only because they might be available, but because they might be able to cover certain costs that under other funding sources aren't. And the one that occurred to me during the discussion earlier was there was a discussion about a project with a levy component. And I know funding things like that is very difficult, but they can be the make or break in getting a project in, especially if you have to protect a neighboring landowner from what another landowner is allowing you to do for restoration, especially if it's in floodplain or titles. So I just want to recognize that every time you see a project budget and you see the variety of funding sources, it's part of an intricate puzzle, and there's been a lot of thought that's gone into the development of that. Let's see, I took like 3 pages of notes, but I think I'm not going to go into them all because they're are really well, some are kind of specific, but maybe another question for you, Andy. Do you have, in the review process, I saw some of the different reviews of the projects that were presented by the stream bios included, some would identify things related to permits or things like that. Do you feel that there was a pretty good consideration of what permit costs could do, as well as where projects were in design and where that point in the design might impact budgets?
Good question. So we do have a few questions that specifically talk about timeline and permitting. I mean, unless my counterparts saw any red flags, I didn't see any major red flags when it came to it. Of course, the program encouraged to work with applicants and work with their projects and what they need for those timelines. That's probably as far as I could really go in depth with that. I didn't see any major red flags, but I expected the program to be working with these applicants, like your first question with the timelines. Like, we would be working with them on these new timelines. Same thing, to understand that permits sometimes take longer than you expect or shorter.
Great. I did really appreciate, Andy, your thoughtful answer to the potential reductions in funding and how you would approach that. So that's a really tough conversation. I know most applicants are hey, yeah, we'd just be happy to get something, but recognizing that they've put together a project, they put together a schedule, they put together deliverables. Less money means less product on the ground. So I appreciate your thought process behind that. So I think I'll go ahead and turn it over to the next person. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark.
I just have some overarching comments. So I really am appreciative of the range of projects that we got in this round, and was really impressed by, what was submitted for the grant program. And want to thank the stream bios for your review. And then I don't think any of them are on the call, but we also had equal numbers of ODF staff that helped out. I think two stewardship foresters and 3 unit forester manager folks. So I know I've done this before. It's hard work doing these applications. So thank you. That's all I have. I've already asked all my questions.
For how much historical interaction had there been between ODF and ODFW on things like this? Was this just standard, or was this kind of a new?
Grant stuff in particular, we've always had good relationships at the field level in particular, and then also Salem staff to Salem staff. But I think the PFA, changes have definitely ramped that up. And so now where in the past, we maybe reached out just when we had specific questions. Now there's more direct engagement and more connections through the changes in the regulatory program. Yeah.
And your other grant program too, we're working.
And the grant program.
Yeah, SFIsh too, I work with that gentleman.
Oh, our grant program, right,
Yeah,
sorry.
the ODS grant program that came out about
Yeah,
this
so
too.
we have the small landowner grant program that's similar, and then but obviously lower scale, just as small landowners. And yeah, and he's been working with Joshua on that. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Well, I think that'll bring us to our next point, which is committee discussion of these projects. Andy?
Did you want me to go over some answers yet? There's like,
That'd be great.
the only 3 outstanding questions, not much, but at least I can get some insight. So I normally exit out of my browser with the grants, but there's one question about ownership in the beginning from the Clear Creeks and Lower North Fork project about doing culvert retrofit and ownership of that. So we did get confirmation that Weyerhaeuser does own those roads. They are owned. And right now, as I was reading through some of that application, engineering plans are currently being developed anyways right now. And they expect to have them done in spring. So that's just kind of that general update from that project. We had another one from the North Fork today. Today. It was asked for 2 questions. One from Jennifer asking about if the project was just planning or if they have an implementation component. It is just planning, but their next steps, they discussed. Implementation funding is actually being sought at the same time. So going back to our discussion we just had, they're piecemealing this funding. Chad also asked if they're funding capacity and what positions in that project. There's 4 contracts in that project, but there's also an ED funding for the ED, and there's funding for 2 project management positions on that project. I think that was just the questions that were outstanding. The other ones I believe got answered as we were in dialogue.
What was the project on that last question you answered?
I'm sorry?
The last answer was for which project?
North Fork.
Lucky Mute.
So they had 3 staff and 4 contracts on. That's it, Chad. Thank you.
Andy, do you have a list of the project with the score? And or if you could put that up, that'll be the basis for the discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
Cool. Oh, yeah. I'll go start the discussion and I'll move there.
But you also have, is it them in front of you?
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
These.
The current fund line, if we took them in order, would be under 20.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was.
And I think it's helpful to note that if you did draw that fund line at 24, there are only 3 projects in that list that were not identified as priority projects by the biologists. That is to say, all of them were described to us today. That is to say, meaning they had some level of priority, except for Cunningham Creek, which is number 4, Rock Creek, which is number 18, and Pheasant Creek, which is number 21. And I did not review 2 of those, but one of them I did. And I suspect that those showed up there because we scored them highly. And I didn't review those other 2 personally, but I would be happy to speak to the Rock Creek project and why I personally scored that high. I'm not the only one who scored it, but I don't know how you want to tackle the project.
Yeah, well, I suppose we could just move through project by project, starting at the top, and then as we get down to the bottom, we can look a little below the funding line as well, and maybe the next 3 below the funding line, and see if there's anything that we would like to move around. It may not be the case, but it may be the case that there is a project above the funding line when we look at combination.
Where's the funding line?
So you're thinking you'll work down through each of these one by one? And get comments?
What was what line was the funding line at?
24.
Number 20.
Under 20, under 24.
Okay.
Which is the last one listed here.
Oh, do we not have the?
No, you should have,
Oh,
you should have all of them.
Yeah, you have the full list.
I think it's the North Fork Walla Walla.
Yes.
On
There you
page
go.
8.
Sorry, you're right there. Number
Is the
zero.
funding
I wrote it down.
Yeah.
Oh, you're looking. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, and that funding line is 10,073,000 right there.
After Wall, North Fork Wall.
Including, correct.
Does it start on page 5? Am I?
Yeah, yes.
It does start.
It does, yes. This was part of your packet, I did include the beginning.
You were looking.
Yeah, so I guess we can just start with the top, and then we'll open it up for any discussion, project by project. If someone would like to voice concerns, I would suggest that this is the time to do it. If there's support, that's why it's on the list. So I don't think we need to sit here and make the case for every project that is above the line. How does everybody feel about that approach? Great. So first, highest scoring project was the Beaver Creek Valley Scale Floodplain Restoration Design, submitted by the Mid-Coast Watersheds Council, $177,000, no, $50,000 request. Everybody comfortable with that project?
That was in our packet, and that's a great project. I mean, it's just design work, but it was like, classic, modern restoration work.
Great.
Yeah, comment. Yeah, I'm comfortable with it, but as for my earlier comments, I think where we're gonna list things like salamanders, and there's not anything in the grant really about it, you're not listing it. I think we should either take it out or ask them to augment that somehow.
Yeah.
But I think it should be clear as to what it's actually doing.
That's fair, and Bob, I think where that might become important is when we're looking at later the metrics of the species that have been uplifted with the fund, that we're not continuing to highlight what we've done for amphibians, if there isn't really an amphibian health.
Is it possible that we could approach that in a way that, I mean, it's not like, they're not gonna rework their application. Is it a function of, as they implement the project, we would like them to validate or not validate for us whether they have encountered amphibians?
Well, I guess it's a question, how much feedback are we gonna give them beyond simply the funding? I think it's fair to say, we're funding you and we like your project. And also these are some things that that could be improved, and you should think about, you're not gonna take the funding away from you per se, but it is a piece that, you know, see if you can think through this a little bit for us.
I do like that, to the degree that we're going to claim as a body, as the mitigation advisory committee, that we're improving conditions for the coastal giant salamander. I think we can communicate to the applicant, we would like some help from them substantiating that we did.
That makes sense.
And if you find that they clearly listed it because of presumed occupancy, and so it's like a check the box, maybe species will benefit.
Yeah.
And if Andy follows up with them and they're like, actually, we don't know how we would change this, I guess the question is, would you still fund it even if that weren't a primary goal? I think it's.
Yeah,
something we
that's
need
what I'm
to think
saying.
about now.
Is it, I'm not supporting this because of the coastal giant salamander. I'm supporting it because I think it's a good fish project, and
Right. I think
so
we
I'm
just have
not
to go
suggesting we
into
should
that
take money away
today.
from anybody, but I think, you know, guys can work through it.
That makes me wonder too, one of the things we've talked about over the course of negotiating the HCP is the lack of broad understanding of exactly which actions are going to benefit some of these amphibians and expertise around the state for that. So what comes to mind, which is not probably a viable solution, but maybe there's some alternate version, is that we would provide capacity to support applicants with identifying opportunities to get more amphibian impact monitoring for their projects, to see what opportunities are there. But it feels like it could be an expertise and capacity thing, that if we were able to provide more of that support to the projects that potentially have the greatest benefit there, over time, those organizations and staff would be able to learn from that experience and apply it more broadly. So to the extent there's a gap there, that just comes to mind as something that we might want to seek more targeted funding from an applicant that's going to support the implementation and work on those issues. I don't know how viable that is.
I might also offer, I mean, it's not like for the projects we're doing to benefit salmon, we're not actually making them count the number of salmon before and after the project. You know, we have a pretty good feel for what are benefiting salmon. I think you're raising an important point that we don't necessarily have that body of knowledge around amphibians, but it may be ambitious to expect our applicants to develop that body of knowledge. So
So I think it's a really important topic, and I think the biggest improvement we can probably make is for next round of like asking people in their application if they're going to claim an amphibian, if they're going to list it, to provide some justification for why.
Yeah.
And then I like the idea of somehow circling back with the applicants that did list them for this to maybe just clarification on what they're seeing the benefits would be. And if there is none, maybe take it off. But the ones where I saw where they were claiming an amphibian where I was like, I don't know about this, were some of the fish passage projects that were lower down in the system. I mean, maybe you'd benefit like the giant salamander, but some of them listed like the torrents, and there's no, like the logic doesn't connect.
I can
So-
sympathize with the applicants. who
Yeah.
are thinking the more of these
Yeah.
covered species that I'm able to check the box, the higher my
Right.
project will score,
Right.
which
There's
isn't
not a
necessarily
wide number of species.
the
of
case,
it,
right? So
And if they're using model distributions to guide their
Or even just
proposal.
probably range maps.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, through the PFA HCP, we've now have the adaptive management program, which is now currently, amphibians is one of the emphasis
Mhm.
topics. So, I can mention to our staff, the mechanisms to get stuff to them is sort of wonky, but this idea of what restoration activities might benefit amphibians,
Mhm.
to me is a perfect question for that program.
the IRST.
I totally agree.
eliminating other listed fish.
But I also do like the idea of if there really is not true uplift for the
Yeah.
amphibians in the example you provided, to just ask them to maybe remove it from the application, not affecting the funding whatsoever.
Right.
But it'll also give us kind of a guide for the future funding, what projects have really helped amphibians
Mhm.
and what did not. Great. Any other discussion on this point before we move to the next project?
Not that, oh,
Are we all?
okay, Kelsey.
You're welcome to participate. I would encourage that the subject matter experts avail themselves to be asked questions if there's need for clarification. Please feel free to weigh in, and we'll just make sure that we're moving forward, and we don't need all subject matter experts to weigh in on every project.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to make a comment that within my region, I guess, when amphibians were listed, I know applicants were looking at like compass and modeled maps, and also like historical distribution. And so two within our review team, we were sure to tap on wildlife biologists as well as folks who had more expertise in amphibians. And so if there were areas within an application where amphibians were listed, but maybe there was thought that they're not there, that would have been reflected within the review.
Helpful feedback. And also, that could be some of the justification that Heath mentioned that we ask of the applicants that have listed amphibians, as far as help us communicate what the uplift is. If they're able to describe what you just did, that would be helpful.
And even after the fact, like, I don't know that, like, it may be that right now they haven't gone out there and looked for amphibians. They may have some reason to believe they may be out there, and they may be able, in implementation of the project we're going to award to them anyway, they may be able to substantiate that it helped amphibians. And I think we would want that information in communicating with the services, the conservation, you know, that we were able to realize.
Absolutely.
Chad, I had
Yeah.
this is more of a process question I should have asked before we dove into the spreadsheet, but as a ex officio member and then some others here that aren't voting, we are regional team leads. I'm just trying to have a clear understanding of how we got to these scores. We had the regional teams and the team leads provide those higher level.
And again, so the regional
rankings.
team leads identified critical, high, medium, and low.
Right.
But that is not reflective of what our committee's scores are. That's the ODFW priorities. And Andy, if you'd like to explain the rubric that was used,
Yes.
that would be.
So review teams, ODF and ODF&W, is at a critical, high, medium, low, and then services also help with areas 1 through 3. But there was 5 areas of consideration with the review teams. Those comments were fed to the committee after that process, and the committee ended up doing a rank of up to 45 points with the committee matrices, which is actually the backside of your maps, I believe, or it's
Page
like,
4 of your big packet has the rubric.
and that's the rubric that the committee actually used to come up with this scoring. So this scoring is based off of that. It was just organized from highest to lowest score. That answer.
For the most part. So how did the region team ranks carried forward? Did it at all?
They did not influence the committee.
Well, but they did it. Yeah, they
But not,
Provided that information to look at.
So it gave you a little bit of a head start.
And I do
You could
think.
Look at their review.
We saw all the reviews from any ODF and ODFW member.
There's,
And the sort of federal.
there's a good argument in my mind, though, that we should have received these presentations and had an opportunity to ask questions before we did our score.
Absolutely.
That's what I was thinking.
We're kind of done.
But we did have them. I had a spreadsheet that I had up that had all of the raw data from all of the reviewers. And as we were working through it, we could actually see the comments that they had made, including high-level comments, the prioritization of the projects, why they thought what they thought. And what was kind of wild to me was how wildly different 2 different reviewers on the same project could assess that project. And so, you know, we were kind of left to swim around in that. But I do think that going forward, an opportunity to interface with them and ask those questions before we begin our scoring exercise may make us smarter.
Absolutely.
yeah, that would be the same for the review teams too. With more time given next year, we have a revised process where everyone's able to communicate more as a team and as an effort going forward. So we got that in the books, but thank you for echoing that.
I was going to add to it that the reviews by Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA were really helpful as well, because your staff gave a lot of time and effort, and that was apparent in the spreadsheets too. And And Chris, maybe just to fill in a little bit more what Andy was describing. So there were 3 teams among the 7 of us, and each team reviewed 24 projects. And so that's what led to the scores that you see there. And, you know, Andy and I talked, I did take some time and ask Andy to see, well, how did the 3 teams compare? And there's some differences because 2 teams kind of ranked projects at about the same level. A 3rd team ranked were lower.
Yeah.
So if you look at the first 11 projects, they all come from team 1 and 2, right? Because team 3 rated projects lower. And even within teams, there were differences. And team 3 had the highest and the lowest of the 7 scores. So
A wider spread.
the thing that I guess gave me a little bit of relief at the end, when you look at, for the moment anyway, the 24 projects sort of above the line, 9 of them came from team 2, 8 of them came from team 3, 7 of them came from team 1. So sort of at that slice, the top projects if you assume the quality of the projects is the same across all the teams, which mostly each team's top projects are in that first 24.
That's right. And I took some comfort in the earlier point that out of those 24, only 3 of them weren't also identified by ODF and W staff as. So I think we're in the right ballpark.
But I will say, and you can see it on this sheet we're going through, that the cutoff line is like 36.67,
Yes, right.
and then there's 8 more projects within,
Yes.
you know, yeah.
All in Eastern Oregon.
Do we have any data about, like, maybe you're all better at this than I am, but about how many were from each region that are above that 24? Because this, we get the county, but not the region. I would love, my brain's not that quick to know which region these projects are in our summary.
Oh, wait, you're asking for what region they're in?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Is that easy to put in?
I have
That
that.
map that they gave us had those 24, the map that you just
Second.
provided.
Second one that we just
Yeah,
got.
the smaller map. Yeah. So I think that's the 24 projects.
That is the 24.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Summary statistics for those top projects, we just, held off because you
It was
needed.
already pretty much.
It might change. Yeah,
But if you wanted to see that, we have.
Very good.
I just wanted to, I don't know.
It's a good distribution though.
Right, that's what I wanted to know. Like, did we get some in all?
But I don't know that that's necessarily an objective.
No, it's
like-
not. I just was curious. Yeah.
Andy and I were looking even at the Eastern Oregon one, where I think there's 3 projects in the top 24.
There are.
4, but 2 of them are for almost $1 million each. So if they got funded, that's 20% of the.
Yeah.
10 million.
That's right. That is right.
And to the extent that we get into the issue of equity around the spatial distribution of these projects, that was communicated as a priority by commission. Bob Van Dyke and I went in front of the commission.
Was it really?
Oh,
Awesome.
no.
So equity is something that we are going to be paying attention to.
In money or in number of projects are unclear.
That was all a little bit muddy. The word was equity, so
I
know.
A lot of things.
it mean a lot of things.
Like good geographic distribution is.
I think it's geographic distribution. I think it's type of applicant, whether it's a small landowner, NGO, a watershed council, or a tribe. I think it's a lot of things. I think that the spatial distribution is one component. I think who is receiving the funding is another component. But it was just something that was communicated as important to the commission.
Well,
To the extent.
personally, if they were all like the very best projects and they were in 2 of these regions, then it was obvious they were the very best projects. I would have personally no compunction about investing in the very best projects.
Right. I think that the equity comment is just to the extent possible, given the application. Any other discussion before we move to the next project here? Okay. Next, we've got the Smith River Basin Fish Passage Improvement submitted by the Smith River Watershed Council. Comments on this, concerns?
That's a great project. It was also in our package.
Maybe I shouldn't be revealing. My scoring was very bimodal.
If anyone is following along with if you have a laptop or your computer, in the packets that you received, there was a Excel spreadsheet called All Data. And that has like all of the answers to all of the questions in the application.
Agents and stuff too, and you can sort that by the score.
That
You
is
get this thing.
more than what's in front of you here in paper, but just in case that's helpful.
Thank you.
Andy, can we get the list back up there too for us to see?
Yes, hello.
Is that all right? Do we have it on the main screen?
All right. Next, we've got the Wilson Creek Fish Passage, floodplain and zebra habitat restoration, submitted by the Long Tom Watershed Council. Comments here?
Great project.
That was one of Pete's.
Say that for each other.
Until we get down the list.
Yeah. All right, Cunningham Creek Fish Passage and Riparian Improvement Project. This is the design and permitting phase 1, submitted by the Coos Soil and Water Conservation District.
This is one that wasn't identified by ODF and W staff. And if it wasn't in my packet, I'd be curious if this is a great project.
We're very high.
Yeah. Because we didn't hear a presentation on it, I'll just read the project goal statement. And then we will ask the subject matter experts why this maybe didn't score as high as some of the others.
Or maybe if the reviewers here could just describe why they did score it highly.
Yeah. So the goal of this planning project is to improve fish passage and riparian condition in the Upper Cunningham Creek watershed by completing final designs and permits to replace 4 fish passage barriers. Implementation of this project will improve fish passage to 2.2 miles of spawning and rearing habitat for Oregon coast coho salmon and 2.7 miles of spawning rearing habitat for winter steelhead and cutthroat trout. Riparian function will be restored along a degraded 1 mile stretch of Cunningham Creek. The request is for $93,000. Yeah, that's where we're at. It seems like a pretty good project. I think this might even be one that I scored.
You want to see that? It's not on my list.
I had 2 mediums at ODF and W.
Yes. Oh, if you go to the pre-meeting packet.
Oh, yeah.
On the as is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is one of the ones where it had
Score.
AJ actually reviewed this one. And then Chris Lorian just reviewed it for limited for funding recommendation level. I didn't really understand that.
AJ, do you have any insight for this one? Or?
I'm logging in to see what I said for that one.
Maybe because it's in the planning phase. Is that right? Is this one in the planning phase?
Technical sense, no implementation funded here. One of the larger tributaries in the lower Keel, Cunningham Creek has clean habitat.
Andy, is there any information on the review team?
So this is design, right?
I'm sorry, what you're asking?
What MAC review team had this Cunningham Creek fish
I
passage?
think it was the lack of function of the habitat.
Current function?
Current function of the habitat. And it just did, as compared to the other projects in the region, it did not rise to the same level of benefit.
I think I
Keith and Kristen.
What's that?
Keith and Kristen had that one.
No, we didn't.
I think we did.
Hold on.
Great project.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I did have it. I had a yellow on it. It was, what's his name?
I think I really.
Holy cow, I did have that one.
Well, you.
projects. You remember.
I had to go. They don't know. It wasn't one. I qualified.
So I guess I bumped it and my review must have been more favorable.
Yeah, circle around it. It scored high. It scored high. It's fine. We don't need to look for reasons to downgrade it. Just move on. If we find projects that are below the funding line, maybe this is one we can revisit.
Go back and look.
So the next project we have is the Palouse Slough Primary Tide Gate upgrade. It was submitted by the Coos Watershed Association. A request of $206,000. Any comments on this one?
Yeah, I mean, like, this is the one I commented about earlier. It was like, this is a great project.
Yeah.
And it's a neat tight gate. You can see kind of here, this is literally just kind of plussing up a missed budget, if you like. And maybe that's a good role for the PFA monies. I personally scored it highly, but I had a caution on my reviews, just that, out of all the benefit that will accrue to this project, I think we will get to claim credit for about 10%, right? That is to say, given the magnitude of our investment overall. And it's not clear to me that it wouldn't happen anyway. And so I don't really know how to grapple with that. It's hard math. But it's an excellent project and they probably need the money. It could also be one of those circumstances where, hey, our contractor would really like to send his kids to college and we need some more money to get him there. But I don't really know how to do that homework.
Well, I guess I would say, given that this match is 10 times the request, you're probably right that we'd only be able to claim maybe 10%.
Is that bad though?
Yeah, I don't know.
I guess
I don't know. It's not obvious.
This is also a very big piece of pie that we're taking 10% of.
Yeah.
Right, so 10% of a lot of uplift may still be a really good benefit.
Agreed. It's hard math.
I think it's tricky too, because we asked for them and gave they automatically got a higher score if they had a project match. So
They got an extra point.
yeah, they got an extra point by having a match. So up front, we were wanting to leverage other people's money to have a bigger habitat uplift. But I do wonder for the next, and maybe we did this, but can we require that there's some kind of sign or public, Facebook post or whatever it is about this committee's
The money's here.
role in their funding? Like, hey.
Oh,
this
yeah,
partial
little
project was-
advertising.
Yeah, the advertising. This project was partially funded by this group or whatever.
So that will be in their contracts, that there's a statement in there that this is
Very
part of funding.
But like, I want them in there next year, when they fill in applications, I want them to give a scale out of 0 to 10 or 0 to 5 or something. How likely is it that this project would not happen if we didn't make this investment? Right? Because that would give me the ability to quantify how much of that 10% I'm actually affecting.
Yeah, I guess I go back. I think Mark Rembrandt made a really good point that these are, complicated, expensive projects. There's multiple funding sources and it's a bit of a puzzle. So whether we're the first 10% or the last 10%, the applicant is trying to fit all these pieces together. And I guess I would take them at their word that they need this $100,000, because otherwise I wouldn't go through the painful process of filling out these applications and knowing there's 75 applications and you got a 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 chance of getting there.
True, but don't think it's that much work. Like, the paperwork they submitted was all the paperwork they submitted for the other 2.5 million. That is to say, it literally had 2021 dates on it, right? And so it was like, I just kind of watch it. I'm in favor of this project. I would like to see us fund it, and I think it's great. I just think as a committee, we need to grapple with this. It made me feel a little like runner up or second fiddle, like when it's appearing that they're just kind of tagging us on for having missed the budget.
I think what's important for us now is to try to look at these projects independent of the other funding sources, to recognize there is match or not, but not to try to evaluate whether or not they need the money that they asked for.
Okay.
That will at least get us through today, and we can address
Okay.
some of these issues that do need to be addressed.
I would also, if you remember, when we were talking about urgent grant funding and when we would want to consider urgent grants. And one of the scenarios that we talked about is if they just need a little bit more funding to make the project happen, that would be, we would be compelled to offer them the urgent grant funding. So in previous conversations, that's been a motivating factor.
It would be a real shame to watch this project not happen with all the funds that they do have, because we decided that they didn't maybe really need the extra 200,000. So I think we should leave it on the list at that time.
Could we go back to the prior project? I looked back through since I was apparently the one that supported it highly. I found why it was the community engagement pitch in the application. Talking about this being one of the largest private landowners in that area and one of the first projects where they'd had conservation opportunity at the scale for one of the kind of large ranch holdings in that space. And I know how pivotal it can be to get one of those kind of large landowners on board with doing the kind of work that this proposes to entail, and how important it is to kind of get that linchpin in an area to work. So
Like, could be a
that-
snowball effect. once you get a few
Exactly.
major players that have
Exactly.
trust in the community.
yeah, and so recognizing it's just a planning and design, that was, for better or worse, that's what sold me in that one. Yeah.
Sounds good.
That's very good. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Any other discussion around this Palouse Slough primary tide gauge? Okay. Next, we've got the Highland Ditch Dam Removal, Water Resource and Fish Protection Project. This was submitted by the South Umpqua Rural Community Partnership, asking for $385,000. Comments on this one?
Yeah, bad news is that it says my evaluation is not complete. The good news is when I look at my scores, you and I are basically on the same page on this. So I'm not sure what I did wrong.
You didn't do anything wrong. Your scores got there. No problem.
Sounds good.
No problem.
Yeah, this was a pretty cool project.
Yeah, I liked it too.
Yeah.
Being a flow person too.
Is cool.
Yeah, it's 17 miles of prime spawning and rearing habitat. It's leveraging over 3 times, like around 3 times with match funding. I think this is a strong project.
I'm not sure bringing the water right into compliance with its authorized diversion rate, though, is worth making the pitch that it's a flow enhancement project, given that this sort of makes them a legal water user now. And that's not the primary emphasis, I get it, but.
Okay, the next one, we've got this South Fork, Clear Creeks and Lower North Fork, Large Wood and Fish Passage Restoration. Was submitted by ODFW. Questions on this one?
Yeah. I was just gonna say, if there's Weyerhaeuser people on this call, they're bite my head off. I mean, it's like, I don't.
Recorded.
Yeah, I know, it's recorded, and they can watch. I don't, you know what, this is one of those, I just wish I had some precision around how much of this was gonna be required by the PFA anyway, versus how much of it's kind of like additional conservation investment. My only concern is, and I'm kind of okay like investing in some of this now, I mean, it's frankly, the PFA rules could go away if we don't get a HCP. The law has them go away, so this may free a timeline under the private forest accord, may not happen at all. Or it may happen 20 years from now, right? Like you can kind of stage out. And so maybe accelerating it, there's some value there, but I do have some concern that funding PFA FRIA requirements is going to cause us to get like 5,000 applications next year. 100 of them from Hampton alone.
I'm really conflicted off.
I'll just offer that we do have the ability to partially fund some of these projects. And there is an element here in the in-stream habitat complexity that is not
Yeah, that's
the
right.
free up requirement. So we could look at this application, fund the parts that are not regulatorily required, and maybe not fund the pieces that are required to be done anyway.
Yeah. I mean, that feels good to me. I just don't know how Andy does that dance with them. I'm open to it if Andy's open to that kind of conversation. This wasn't one of the projects I reviewed, but I'm just kind of like sensing what will happen if we start funding culvert replacements on forest lands.
And to the extent it's additional. Yeah, if it's a legal requirement anyway, does our funding create additionality? Or does it not?
Would they come back and say that, why would they do the large wood structures if they're not funded to get the fish up there to use it? Kind of argument.
But if they
So I
have
think
to
that
do that.
they're legally obligated to do the culverts.
But when?
That's,
Kind of question.
so that's the bit. Rod Kramer, our private forest coordinator, was in here briefly, and I did check in with him when that question came up. He was still in the room, and I wish he was still here because I would call on him. But he said that we really do need to go through the statute with a bit more of a fine tooth comb to really clarify what is going to be required. We don't really have that answer for you right now, but what we do know is that it's possible that some of these things will be required of what's proposed, but it is that question of when. Because it'll probably be years before, and maybe like as they're fixing something, then the requirement is triggered as opposed to something that's gonna happen anytime soon. It's like when you retrofit a road, or when you're fixing a road, that's when you do the retrofitting, not just out of the blue start it. So
Well, I
I
guess,
guess it's a timing issue.
part of the decision here too, Sarah, is we can say that we are going to fund this in-stream work, but not the legally required culvert replacement. And if you're willing to take this money, the expectation is that you spend it in a timely manner, meaning you'll upgrade the culverts, we'll fund the rest of the work. And if you don't want to do the culvert replacement and leverage our funds, that's absolutely fine.
Right.
One thought I had is, I like that approach a lot. And then also, what if we flag this, and then if we get to the bottom and we're like some of those projects below the line, we could consider whether as a group, we think we want to bump this one and bring a different one up.
Great point, right?
Yeah.
Certainly, this one is potential to re-examine based on those that fall just below the line.
Right.
Well, actually, no, they're talking about the page 5.
So
Starts on page 5.
page 5 is number 1. Now we're on the 7.
Wait, I think we're on page 6.
Six.
Flip it over.
6.
The back.
Okay, yep. Yep. You on track? All right, page 6. Now we're on the Toledo Tide Gate and Beaver Slough Fish Passage Project submitted by the Coquille Watershed Association. Request is for $731,000. Any comments on this? Tide Gate here? Fun. Yeah.
Just have a question, and Kate, maybe it's for you, but when Noah looks at sort of the salmon restoration stuff, is putting tide gates in down in the estuaries, is that considered
Tide gates in, like a
Well,
new tide gate? Or
replacing
upgrade? Yeah.
old tide gates?
Yeah,
Is that considered a positive restoration action?
yes, yeah, because typically especially if they want to come in under a programmatic consultation, for instance, that requires a bit of uplift and greater inundation and a lot of negotiating to get there with the landowner to get more access to more habitat for fish that need it.
Is there any conversation around it talks about improved water quality, but I guess I'm not clear how, it's still
Assuming that would mean greater water exchange, leaving it open for longer periods of time, it would be included. We did our consultation on this one. And there should be a water control manual and everything that goes with that on the books already. Yeah. I don't know all the details of it. I didn't do that consultation. Somebody in my group did though, but, yeah.
From ODFW's perspective, all of these tide gate projects, tide gate, retrofit or improvements are just a top priority for us as well, and working with those landowners, and it keeps working, lands working.
The whole tide gate partnership process is huge, massive process map on their website of how people get there and what they need to supply in order to get through that process to reach that bar of uplift.
This is a good project in your eyes.
I don't know if
On that one, and we're on to.
I mean, upgrading tide gates in general, yeah.
I mean, just a point of a process question, I guess, occurs to me. What's your vision for our work tomorrow? You're using the word like fund. Is it possible that, we're working down through this list today? You may not finish today, so maybe we have to finish tomorrow. But is it also the case that we may have an evening to do a little my own homework, go back and check some of my notes, and we can revisit some of this tomorrow?
Absolutely, Heath. What we're doing now is just trying to take a first run at this list. We are scheduled to end at 6 o'clock. We may not make it through this whole list by then, but I would encourage all of us to take a look this evening, if we don't, at what you think of the ones that are above the funding line.
Yes.
Look a little below the funding line and see if there's anything down there that we really would like to make a bring above, switch something out. So, right, and so tomorrow, we will take the public comment. We will go through kind of our list that we verified today, have a little more committee deliberation, and then we're gonna vote. Then we'll close the meeting, and our final vote will then be the recommendation to commission. Commission is the one that's actually choosing to fund.
Yes.
You don't have public comment on the revised agenda tomorrow.
That's what I thought.
For those of us may not have posted in advance of this meeting, but.
That's what I had thought when we opened the meeting, that we would not have a meeting or public comment tomorrow.
Oh, so just cross that off our agenda?
Yeah.
Okay.
Public comment period was at the beginning. Today, this is one long meeting, so we. Okay. With that, we will get to the North Fork Eagle Creek Fish Habitat Restoration and Fuels Reduction Project. This is one that I did review. It's a good project overall. It was a little confusing to have the fuels reduction component in the project name. There was also instances where the fuels reduction was mentioned throughout the project. I would have really liked to have seen it made clear that fuels reduction was not to be funded with these dollars. It was in the one little box of how the ODFW funding will be used. It was made clear there. But in the future, I would just encourage applicants to take the time to not copy and paste an application without reviewing it and removing the elements that should not be included.
Just make that clear in their contract documents, like if it's awarded, just say, hey, by the way.
Yeah.
Is that why the match is 0?
Yes, that's it.
Because it's 0 match to for the project that we're requesting ODFW funding for, or if there's other elements and there's no match, I just want to try to understand that.
I don't know, other than it, in the application, it said there was no match.
Yeah, submitted materials, an application, the budget had 0 match on it. And they selected no match on the application.
No match.
And the budget was clear that it was all just the restoration work and not the fire reduction work.
Yeah, that would be worth revisiting this evening before voting tomorrow.
Just if this funding is only for the restoration, but there's no match for the other part of the project, and that was included in the application. Yeah,
What were you suggesting to be clarified tonight before tomorrow?
The budget that they submitted, that there is no line item for any upland fuels reduction.
That's very great.
I guess my question was more if there's no match, what is funding the upland fuels
Right.
work that's included?
More confusing.
And if there isn't funding for that, does the project still happen without both pieces or are they integrated?
The applicant misclassified their match, but they still submitted it. So that's why there's confusion in that narrative.
How did they misclassify it?
They didn't, they talked about match, but they said there was no match, and then in the budget, they did not provide match. And so after submission, they just realized that mistake, this morning.
Say that again, I don't think.
It's the match or it's not match.
They have matched, they just didn't list it?
They didn't list it, but they talked about it, but there's a question that says, is match provided for this project? It was selected no by accident, I believe, and then in their budget, they uploaded an old budget. But at time of submission, we consider applications complete. So I couldn't edit their project, but it was just found out. So that's why there's some confusion about how does the rest happen?
Due to the amount of confusion around this project and the lack of clarity, I'm going to also circle this one for consideration if we need to move it below the funding line to bring other more clear and complete applications forward.
It's also weird too. A lot of those where they check the box for match, it was like staff time. It's like an easy,
I know.
it's an easy box check.
Yeah, it is. Everybody except these guys.
Yeah, except these guys.
They didn't get.
They didn't get them.
Yeah. It's because they messed up.
In the application, yeah, there's more there. Anyway, next we've got the Pataha Creek Coho Salmon Habitat Restoration submitted by the Siuslaw Watershed Council.
Heard about that one earlier today.
Mhm.
Good project.
Yep. Next, we've got the rock berm removal and blue heron channel connection along the Bear Creek corridor in Phoenix. This was submitted by the Rogue Basin Partnership. 238,000. Happy with this one?
Keith, was this one of the ones that you also said did not score well for VFW, or not score, but didn't rank high for?
Berm removal was one of the ones that Region 3 scored that had a presentation on.
Oh, they did, oh.
Well, scored as medium.
Yeah, well, no, I mean to say, if you have medium on there, I have it starred here, the Rock Creek berm removal, which means they described it today, which means it was either critical or high.
It's, two projects with Rock Creek.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. It's high.
But we did have one that was a medium, correct?
Right, we
Yeah.
did hear about a meeting.
Yeah, there was one that was described that was medium today.
I believe we brought that up because it was in your top ranking of these top priority projects, and that would be the only one that got brought up.
That was Wilson Creek, which was like one of the very first ones.
Yeah, it's a third one.
Very good. Next, we've got the establishment of redundant populations of bull trout in the Upper Klamath Basin, submitted on behalf of the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, asking for $774,000. Heard about this one today.
I guess the only thing I think we've all acknowledged, it's unlike some of the other projects where it's clear they're gonna take out a culvert, put in a bridge, and it's has a sort of guaranteed outcome. I guess we don't know necessarily how effective it will be, but it's more certainty. This one, I think the challenge of removing brook trout and reintroducing bull trout is just really challenging. So I think we just need to realize really good project. It's going to take a lot of time and effort and fortuitous outcomes to have it be successful.
I will add one of the only examples of that being done effectively in Oregon is in Sun Creek, Critter Lake National Park, which is in the Klamath Basin. So a primo example of that working. And now we've got bull trout extending down into the Wood River. It's a pretty remarkable story, really. So we know it can be done, and one of the folks leading that, from the Park Service, would be actually project manager if this funding goes through. The park is, agreed to let him work outside the park on bull trout recovery, as long as it's in the Klamath Basin.
Cool.
And then pulling in the tribes, is pretty key as well. Really, I think this funding is providing a kickoff of a cool partnership to really move bull trout in a recovery trajectory there. And they have not really had that source of large funding like this provides to get that coalition kind of off the ground. But I mean, I agree with you, Mark, as well. That brook trout suppression and eradication is super challenging. Sun Creek and the Klamath is really the only place we can point to in Oregon where we've done that successfully.
This is the.
I'm writing down, Chris doesn't work.
What's that? That's separate.
I got.
I had this on my list too. I really like it for that reason, though. I think, this is one of those big ones where it may fail, but if it succeeds, it really moves the needle. And I think we need a few of those. I think we need some that are kind of sure bets, but somewhat mundane. I mean, we should do a ton of those things and some things that really kind of potentially have huge significance. I think we should take.
We'll also note that I really do like the tribal nexus by employing a tribally led fisheries resource technician crew to aid in that mitigation of losses from the Blue Lake fire. I would encourage any opportunities to reach across those boundaries. That's great. All right. Any other discussion on this one? Okay. Next, we've got the Spencer Creek Diversion Restoration and Monitoring. This is submitted on behalf of Trout Unlimited, requesting $228,000. Any discussion on this one? I did score this one. I thought it was a very quality project, and the potential uplift is significant here, so.
Great.
Okay. Next, we've got the Lower Smith River Estuary Enhancement submitted by the Partnership for the Umpqua Rivers. Asking for 1.7 million. Another big project here.
I mean, like, this was in our packet. I scored it highly. I thought it was a really compelling project. One idea I have for the future, though, is honestly, I think as a group, we should set a threshold for project funding where if the applicant gets past a certain level of screening, that we ask them to come here and answer questions regarding the project. It's so big and it's so much of our money that I think it would merit the trip for them and for us to learn more about it. This one had a number of, they described it earlier. It's a good project. It's got a number of really critical investments in both like old fish passage structures and some fish culverts that are going to be really impactful, but it's a lot of money too for this. I think this is our biggest one on the top list. So.
And I think that's a really good point. I certainly would drive from Douglas County to Salem for 1.7 million.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But the drives weren't required, and even if it's a virtual presentation, I do think that would be really helpful to have a chance to hear.
Like over some threshold of dollars.
I'm over $1 million or whatever when it's these sizable requests, I agree. I also am really excited about this one, but it's very difficult when, I haven't done a site visit to it. I don't know. It feels, it's a lot of money without more understanding. I don't know.
I was wondering this one about going out the farm bridges.
On the Smith River.
Yeah, I had questions about that, and I just was wondering about the efficacy of that, and it felt incomplete to me, and so I was just wondering about if you wanted to cut it down.
I think those are replacing culverts.
Yeah.
Right, so those concrete bridges are going to be really, really excellent.
They're on site currently. They just haven't had the funding to install them yet.
So we're pulling culverts out and putting bridges that are already acquired, installing. That's good.
Hey, go ahead, Fran.
Well,
I want to back up 2 projects because I am very, very slow. And so,
Yeah, please.
and,
For the
okay,
establishment of
yeah,
redundant
and
population.
this was one I reviewed and it just triggered in my memory. And I like the project and all the things, but I just wanted the group's opinion on the fact that I think our funding goes totally towards employing the person to lead the project and not actually for anything on the ground. And so are we comfortable in that space?
I don't
Am
think that, I think that's a component, but that's only.
Well, I was just looking at the budget details and the budget details are like really talk about employing the person. Maybe that's something I just missed or I'm not understanding it well, but so I don't know how we feel about that. Wanted to bring it up.
I don't know, and I don't know enough of the details to the project about the project to really respond to that, but I know enough about the early conversations that group has had as being a member of that bull trout working group to know that they envision doing on the ground work with this funding.
Okay.
With brook trout suppression, in bull trout reintroduction, in experimental bull trout rearing in a hatchery environment. So, but again, I haven't read the final version of that proposal.
Yeah, this is just really, it's explicitly saying.
I would say a lot of the work of doing what they're trying to do comes down to the person being there to do it rather than building a bridge. Doing kind of construction and tree planting types of things, a huge piece of that really is the person having someone to go do that. And in this case, I do think it's compelling that it's the person that's had success doing this.
Yeah, that's really exciting. Yeah, I really think it's for the person.
I'll go back.
Are they using the Crooked Creek hatchery for rearing? Is that the purpose?
Yes, they are. That is the plan.
Yeah. So, I mean, that infrastructure and all of that's there. I'm sure there's.
Yeah, and that.
Incremental cost.
Budget narrative, pardon me, I don't know if it's listed, but the budget narrative talks about where money's going at the very least.
Andy can be looking at that while we're still
Cool. And
moving on.
it's a bigger question that may come up on other projects, just like if,
It's certainly.
like, if there were some
That's
that I
set
read
precedent.
that were like, we want to hire somebody to do, and I'm like, no, like, I don't really,
Yeah.
like, we want to see action on the ground. This one kind of bridges both of those topics. Like, we need this person to get action on the ground. So maybe that's okay, but I just
That's a good.
wanted to talk about it.
We
Yeah,
don't-
I'm looking at my notes and it says 700K for personnel costs.
Yeah.
And people are do the work, I mean. but-
Right, I mean, like, when someone hires me, I'm not like just hanging out, I'm doing work, but it's a project, right? So that's not necessarily a deal breaker, but I just thought we should think about it.
Let me interject.
Please.
The budget, I can't recall the line budget, which is what y'all are looking at right now. And it sounds like 700 goes towards personnel. That includes the tribal technicians who will be there several summers. It does include the bull trout coordinator, which is where both of that is going. There was talk in the budget narrative about the propagation at the hatchery. There's money towards that, and it is relatively small, at least based on their budget. And from what I recall reading, a lot of the equipment and all of that stuff is already with the park. And with the way the restructure of the coordinator would go, as far as I can tell, they'll be bringing all of that kind of stuff that they already have to use.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it is a personnel cost, but it's also like backpack electrofishers, waders and boots, a truck for the tribal technician. So it's,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it shows 700,000 for personnel and then 29,400 for equipment and $6,000 in travel costs. And I think that gets us to about the total of the ask and then the matches in is other
$1,200.
matches.
1.2 billion.
1.2. Just missed it off. We got it.
Oh, yeah. The comment on that.
So, yeah, sorry.
they've leveraged the implementation dollars.
Mhm.
So it's something that we can certainly discuss. We'll move on for now, but we'll discuss that this evening, just whether or not we're comfortable using these funds or majorities, just the staffing positions. And that may be the case and it may not. we
We
will.
won't discuss
be
that
clear,
this evening.
we're not gonna
Think
discuss
about
this
it. We won't
We'll
discuss
discuss
that
it as a
outside
group
of-
during the meeting.
Let that percolate.
Yeah,
Think about that.
I did want to make a comment, not about this project, but to your comment, Heath, about pulling in the project proponent
Yeah.
for like an interview for high dollar. OWEB has a precedence for doing that for their FIP program, their special investment program. And I just went through it for the first time last week, a couple weeks ago as a board member, and it was really impressive. I mean, the FIP program awards, $4 to $6 million per proposal that comes in. It's a very high dollar, multi-year, partnership-driven application process. But anyone applying has to come in and sit in front of the board and OWEB staff and essentially go through an interview process and present the project and be available for questioning. And for big expenditures that are coming through here, like over $500,000, I really like that idea.
Yeah, and I kind of hate like disqualifying like the Bay City one that's $7 million just because it's so big. Maybe it's all rad. Maybe it's worth it, but we would definitely require more process before we started making that kind of commitment as a body.
Yeah.
But if we're transitioning, I do want to sincerely apologize. My comments regarding the culvert placements with the bridges, et cetera, I was wondering why farm bridges didn't ring a bell. I was confusing project 14 with project 2, the other Smith River project. I did not actually review project 14 and can't endorse that amount without somebody else telling me it's worthwhile. I think they did talk about it earlier today.
Which one?
Thank you, Beck. I want to revisit the farm bridges again too, and I want to make sure that we're reading it correctly. Because they are replacing tide gates and then they're putting in 4 farm bridges to keep the cattle out of the wetlands and the streams. I'm not sure those two things are exactly linked. Are you actually reading that as the bridges are? I mean, I understand why the bridges are there, but it's separate from, it's not a culvert removal project.
That's one of 2 different parcels of land on different sides of the river. So is that yours? Is that right? Like one project is on one side and the other is on the other?
Right, from what I remember, the Glover Ranch, which is where those bridges are going to be installed. The tide gate has been replaced on that property already, but they are still going to dig those tidal channels, and that's where those bridges will exist. The other property, on the other side of the river, the Kennedy property, has the failing tide gate, and this project would address the failing tide gate on that property.
So not to be dense here, but are we sure the bridges are going to keep the cattle out of on this project? I mean, how effective is that? I guess that was the piece to me that was the least well explained and the least compelling, and it's expensive. And so again, I guess I would flag that as a piece of this project that if we wanted to bring it down, potentially would be the way to do that. And I think we should ask for more information about the efficacy of what they have planned. Are they gonna channel the cattle to those? Are we gonna expect them to use them and not go down? It just felt to me somewhat incomplete.
Is there fencing associated with it? Is that, my computer just died.
I didn't see that. That's why I was.
Yeah, I thought they saw fencing in there, I'm trying to remember, but now I can't look at it.
But then a native planting will be installed after the channel restoration
Yeah.
and bridge installation work.
Well, let's go ahead and carry on here. We'll get through, looks like we have time to get through all of these, and then we can come back to some of these that we want to discuss.
Okay.
So next, we have Yellow Creek In-Stream Restoration Phase 2, submitted by the Partnership for the Umpqua Rivers. This is a $485,000 request.
This is the co, with no co.
I believe this is the project.
So I'm not gonna speak to this project specifically when I make this comment. This is just a general thing, but for me, just because a species extirpated from a particular habitat doesn't mean it isn't appropriate to do restoration to try to create conditions for them to come back to that place.
Yeah.
So that doesn't dissuade me. Now, understanding why they're extirpated, what's happening upstream and downstream, and the full context around that's important, but lack of presence in and of itself to me doesn't mean it's a bad project. Again, it warrants additional justification for why you think doing this work will then, restore occupancy there. So.
Which is why the one proposal to come up with a strategy for coho and the Umpqua's actually kind of interesting to me. Like, what is the strategy to get coho back?
Yep. And to Kristen's point, if there are coho present just downstream and, they're not present here now, that's a very different situation than they aren't in that system and haven't been for 50 years.
Yeah.
Right, so.
Kate, is there any chance I could put you on the spot briefly to talk about the context of coho recovery or progress in sort of the Umpqua Basin and the southern coast versus further north and what that means, or is that a fair question?
Well, I look at the most recent status review.
Exactly, yeah.
I'd have to pull it up. See the status of each strata, because I always get them mixed up. Which one needs more help than others. I don't know what your question is. Is there a particular project that you're questioning?
My understanding of this, I'm way over my skis here, but my understanding of the last status update is that part of the coho population is the area of greatest concern, that there's much better recovery further north than
the south.
Lack of recovery here in the south is kind of
That's
what's
true.
holding back of,
Yes,
substantial progress.
that is true. And there's a big focus on the south.
Yeah.
Right now, and that's absolutely true. And the Smith River projects, would likely benefit or likely result in uplift that is badly needed. I would agree with that.
Yeah, and then if you recall a while ago when you had the presentation from ODFW staff on where our priorities were, we view that the Umpqua watershed as the key to the delisting for post-coho.
Yeah.
And are funneling millions of dollars in federal infrastructure funds into the area as well.
I was trying to say that.
Yes.
Next we have the Millicoma Confluence Restoration Project submitted on behalf of the Coos Watershed Association. The request is $315,000, and they have match of more than twice that. Any questions or concerns, comments on this Millicoma Confluence Restoration Project?
That was the one I was commenting about before too. It's actually more project in this 787, I think, but it's a good project and we should on it. I'm still confused about how that critical component wasn't funded in the first effort down there, and how protecting the homes from the inundation was a part they're scrambling now to fix. I don't get it, but it sounded like a real thing.
Next, we've got the Myrtle Creek Fish Passage Project submitted by Trout Unlimited, requesting $755,000. Comments on this one?
Yeah, big ass, big match too.
This is the one that's for the same as Superhighway project too, which is, I think that's a really positive. It's a
42-foot bridge.
Yeah, so that explains a lot of the cost there too. That's a big bridge. Okay. Next, we've got the Rock Creek Dam Fish Passage Improvement.
Yeah.
Submitted by the city of Vernonia.
So this,
for 125,000?
yeah, this one wasn't discussed today. It was like medium priority and it was in our packet. It's kind of a weird project. They've, the Vernonia, they had literally put like a barrier in the stream to create a swimming pool, for the community. And through the summer, it actually stops fish passage and everybody's like, well, that's not good. But they really want to preserve that for the community and they've got a problem with fish passage there. And from my view, you know, for this investment, they're gonna do some work to try and like be able to route the fish around that barrier so they can keep kind of the community resource there while opening up a whole bunch of stream habitat. And while this may not be like a critical investment from ODFW's perspective, this is one that community is going to really feel and see. And in my view, where we can harmonize like community benefits in water with, you know, resource needs, that just struck me as a really neat project. And so I scored it pretty high. And that's why it was on there.
My only comment that in the final review or dialogue, if this were funded, is to make sure all of the actions currently happening there are legal and permitted. I seem to suggest that, and the reviewer comments also seem to suggest that, but I had a little bit of a trouble understanding, you know, the extent to which that is a legally permissible activity there. So just before, you know, that happens, I think validating that would be helpful.
Blessing them putting their barrier in for their community pool every year. Like, I don't know the history there. I think it's probably been a thing that all the agencies have kind of squinted at, because if they said you can't do this anymore, somebody might.
But if it's a section 9 violation under ESA.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't be doing it at all, then I'm not sure the best use of funding would be for them to.
Well, so here's, but I think that's my point, Kate, is that there's kind of two ways to fix that problem. One is to show up with a enforcement action. And I don't know that this is actually an area that would be prone to enforcement. That will prompt. Yep, that's exactly right. You could, and I suspect there's a reason you haven't.
Yeah.
But even if you could, there's kind of two ways to address this issue. One is to literally send law enforcement. The other is to try and find a solution for that community to kind of preserve the resources they have with some money that we have available. And so I didn't know the facts there, but it occurred to me that the better resolution of that issue, or whatever it is, in my view, would be trying to find a way to harmonize that use with the needs of the resource.
Come up with
What's on the table today?
I'll chime in here. I'm seeing a possible conflict if the grant program is part of the HCP conservation strategy and we're using the funding, we shouldn't be funding things that have a permitting or a ESA issue.
No, ODF, we will not fund anything that doesn't have its necessary permit and in federal and state compliance.
Just the thing we're talking about here today is a separate issue than what the city of Vernonia is currently doing.
Well, they're not allowed to do that. The action is just stop, not build.
All right.
But I well appreciating your.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know the facts. I'm willing to bet there's a reason that they haven't been shut down already. The Vernonia swimming pool is a well-known resource in that area, and treasured by that community. Maybe them submitting their application to this body was the worst thing they ever did. But presuming that it is a thing that they get to do, I also think enabling fish passage around it would be a good idea.
It's also relatively, compared to these others, a relatively small. Here. Come up with a solution that benefits species. Benefits the community.
Yeah.
And we don't maybe really need to wade into the legality of what they're currently doing. We just need to make sure that they can get the permits to do this project, which is what we're here to evaluate. The other issue, Kate may be making some phone calls right now. But that's not for us. That's not our role here. Right, but this is not for our committee.
Yes.
Right.
Right, that's out of our.
That's out of ours.
Right.
But Kelsey, did you
Yeah,
ask the new?
just because this one was within my region. So two, I think, if I remember correctly, this proposal was for design, the designing aspect of this. And within the application, they had mentioned that removing the dam is not feasible. So the review team, our comments were mostly just wondering if there were alternative options in regards to the swimming option, maybe an off-channel swimming hole. Yeah, but also relating to like this passage, because this is on ODFW's priority fish passage list. This is a really important stream, but yeah, just wondered if the community had also looked at other options. I do understand there is a lot of community engagement and involvement and excitement and momentum when it comes to this, but too, yeah, is this the best design idea?
Bob, did you have something you wanted to add?
Now I'll pass at this point.
Okay.
I do want to just flag that community benefit topic for future discussion now. Which communities, I mean, is it historic timber communities? Is it any community? Is it, just, I think it's a worthwhile conversation at some point.
Agreed. I guess my first response would be anywhere where there is a conflict between communities, historic use, and the covered species, if we're able to provide solutions to solve those problems and benefit both, I think that's a win. But we can discuss further what community means.
In fairness to my comments, I will say there's a very common practice of putting seasonal check dams in streams all over the state.
To swim.
So
Or irrigate.
usually for irrigation, but yeah, like that's not, I mean, this is totally out of step.
Yeah.
Activities that happen.
Yeah, mostly here.
So I don't know.
My
if
guess
it's
is
water
that
right or not.
if they go through a design and a permitting process, all that part of it's gonna get worked out one way or another.
Yes.
So are we comfortable leaving this on here for now and moving to the next one?
I am.
I think it's compelling and it's on the DFW priority barrier.
And the funding is for the design work.
I support it.
Next, we've got the Malala Headwaters Fire Recovery submitted by the Native Fish Society for $506,000. This project is going to restore a little over a mile of in-stream habitat in the Malala watershed. We heard about this one today. There,
Using the helicopter, right?
yes,
I'm in.
that's right. Right, Paul?
Yeah,
Helicopter large replacement.
Yeah.
Comments on this one? This is the, what we were talking about earlier, Chris. Now we've got the assessment of MYY brook trout as a technology to manage non-native brook trout in the upper South Fork Sprague River, Klamath River Basin, project years 24 through 26. This is a $544,000 request submitted by the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. This one up for discussion.
Yeah, there's a big conversation to have here.
Yeah.
Like generally speaking, the legislation didn't provide specifically for research among the enumerated things that anticipated we fund. My principal reservation in all of this, in terms of kind of the research component, is that the PFA anticipated a process for identifying research priorities with a very science-driven process with, the independent science and research team. And I feel like that was supposed to be the home for identifying, the science we needed to do and pursuing that science and the right questions. And I would hate for the PFA mitigation committee to be kind of a backdoor to that process. I'm not very comfortable with that. That said, a project like this doesn't, I mean, you're not gonna see this come up at the IRST or the AMPC. This is kind of a different subject area. And it, to me, is a very compelling, like, project. I think it's really, really attractive. Like, if this works, man, that would be a really powerful tool moving forward. And so, I would feel comfortable proceeding with this project with the understanding that I'm not otherwise comfortable with kind of using this fund as a backdoor on what I see as an established process for the science we're pursuing around forest practices.
I think that's well said, Heath. And not only do we want to avoid creating a backdoor for a different process where it was intended to live, we want to avoid using these funds for projects that could otherwise be accessing other funds. That is to say, we want our dollars to stretch as far as they can.
On the conservation front.
And if we have already established another way to fund these projects, then that's where they should live. But I agree that this is a little bit different in that this project would never make it in front of the AMPC.
It really is unlikely.
It's not, this doesn't create potential policy implications for the FPAs in my eyes.
Right.
And so all of that being said, and it's important that it's said, I can still support this project. But to the extent that there's people online or in this room that think this can now become a research fund, it's really important to hear what Heath and I are trying to communicate, that research lives in the AMPC and is guided by the IRST.
Can you spell out those acronyms for those that don't know?
The Adaptive Management Policy Committee and the Independent Research Science Team.
And those are embedded within.
That was,
It was like the adaptive management process. CPO, that's my thing.
Where do they live again? Where do they go?
So they were established under 1501, just the same as our committee here. If you all have a handout here with subsection of 1501 and section 33, it describes the establishment of the Adaptive Management Committee and what they're tasked with.
They exist.
Yeah.
They're doing well. Yeah, they're just
Do they have
busy as we are
funding?
busier. From.
Yeah, they do.
And they're governor appointed positions also.
Correct.
Yeah.
So just like this group is a subcommittee to the Fish and Wildlife Commission, those two groups are subcommittees to the Board of Forestry. So they're under forestry.
And isn't the AMPC have some overlap with the Institute for Natural Resources? With INR?
The IRST
The
is
IRST.
essentially, Institute for Natural Resources is
That's where the IRST is housed.
contracted, yes, to house the IRST and support their work.
And there's funding for this. It's
Yes.
got it.
Can I just flag something that doesn't have to be fleshed out now, because I think it's gonna need a lot more conversation. But back in October, like September, October, and November, when we were all reviewing and approving the grant guidelines, research and monitoring was listed as an eligible project type that we all discussed and reviewed. And I think the example that was brought up at the time was especially for our amphibians, we know next to nothing. And so without more information, we won't be able to take the right conservation actions for those species. If we don't know until we know. And that seemed like, at the time with this group, that seemed worthy of keeping on the table. And so I'm just flagging that if we upon further review of the statute, feel differently about that now, that is something that we should get clarity on before the next round.
Agreed. I mean, that's a really good example, though. That is to say, amphibians is one of the high priority projects from the IRST.
For the IRST,
Right, exactly, presently. And they're working on that. What's good about that process is that it's science driven, it's deliberate. There's got the policy group that's kind of posing some questions on high priority projects. And then there's this independent science team that's pursuing how to do that. I really fear that, that this ad hoc nature of our project selection and development here is not a good process for pursuing those answers.
Certainly not as rigorous as what that team is working on.
And the other scenario that we could talk about more later is if there's an implementation project and it's paired with learning, and it's paired with research or monitoring, is that an eligible activity?
And all of that can be discussed. And I would just say that although we did include that in this solicitation, this was done quickly. And we will likely have a lot of things that we want to change.
So a growing list of things I flagged from today that we're gonna need to revisit. This is on it.
Much of it.
I would just add it though, I think if we don't include research and monitoring on amphibians, I don't think we're gonna see a lot of amphibian projects. I think it's just not gonna happen. So I think we may have to carve out some different criteria for them and maybe some specific funding for them as well to really generate projects in this context.
And that'll be all part of that much larger discussion that we need to have.
But I don't think it's fair to say we know nothing about amphibians. I mean, there's a lot of research out there by Dee Olson and Tiffany Garcia that like looks specifically at what is needed for amphibians in riparian areas on managed forest. So we have, I mean, to say we know nothing, this makes it like, oh my God, like they
For particular species, what I'm told by our scientists is that for these particular species, we are very data limited.
And it was hotly debated in the PFA negotiations, which is why the amphibian piece is much shorter than the fish piece as well. I mean, we couldn't come to consensus and we went through all the science and there's a lot of data gaps missing, even just on distribution.
Which are all reasons that it should live in the AMPC that is staffed appropriately and
pursuing
provides going to not duplicate the effort. And again, part of the larger discussion not to be had here. We've got just a few more to get through.
That's good.
Yes, go on.
40 minutes, but noted, we will flag this for a larger full agenda item in a future meeting. So where did we get on this one? I think we agreed that this one is different enough than what would be housed in the AMPC or reviewed by the IRST and recommend for keeping this one on the list.
And powerful. Right.
And what?
And powerful. And again.
Yeah.
Powerful.
Agreed.
Okay, next we've got the Pheasant Creek Fish Passage submitted by the Elk Creek Watershed Council requesting 139,000. Any comments, questions on this one?
That was another one that was not on the ODF and W list discussed today. And I should double check. I don't think I reviewed that one. So, no, this wasn't on my list. I'm not familiar with this project.
Yeah.
Following Fran and Mark.
Oh, no, is it one of ours? Okay. hold
Fran
on.
and Mark?
Yep. That's one of ours.
Not put you guys on the spot.
I definitely scored it high.
What's it about?
This project will improve fish passage for both adult and juvenile coho salmon, as well as cutthroat trout and steelhead into approximately 4 miles of high intrinsic potential coho habitat. This will increase the capacity of the Pheasant Creek watershed to produce healthy smolts for outmigration to the ocean. Additional habitat and riparian improvements will be completed at the time of construction with funding from other sources. Scored high?
Yeah, it scored high. Like,
Okay.
what else do you want to know?
Fair. I think that's fair.
Way to review other reviewers.
What is it?
This,
So
yeah, so Albert, was this on your?
Yes, so the reason this one ranked, I think we had it as a medium instead of a high. It's high intrinsic habitat. It is not particularly functional habitat at the moment. It's very incised. It is a partial barrier right now. Made worse by the property owner has a beaver on the property that keeps plugging it up. And that going to a bridge would allow him to keep the beaver on the property. I think our recommendation was actually for a finish project. He's a small forest landowner. It's a good project. It just wasn't as much uplift. We didn't see as much uplift as with the other projects in the area.
Yeah, I think that's a really helpful comment, because one of the things I struggled with all these projects was to sort of get a sense of how much uplift was. 'Cause
Yeah.
They all kind of check the box of doing good things, but how much was the uplift? That was hard.
Which projects have the huge magnitude?
In relative to other actions that had happened before too, like how does this fit into the larger strategy for that reach or for that watershed? How far along is that watershed to being restored?
You worked harder than I did.
Well, no, I don't know. I just asked that question in my mind, like, how does
You know,
this
and we were
fit?
doing it all, you know, like, right, we only had our subset of applications to review. I don't know how it compared to the other application packets, but I don't know, this one was well written, and, you know, no spelling errors.
Actually matters. Does.
To me, like, it was well put together, so I don't.
And it also shows how much it matters to the applicant.
Yes, good
Right.
point.
Right, having a clean application also is a signal to me how badly you need these funds. Because those applications, that some of them did score high, but came through with spelling errors, wrong dates, inclusion of things that we are not going to fund, and just a footnote at the end. Oh, by the way, the funding is only for this.
Right.
That to me is a signal that the money doesn't matter as much to that applicant as one who has put together a very clean application. Anyway, I think that we should continue with this, and the fact that they get to keep the beaver on the property is also in line with what we've been tasked to do here under section C, conserving, recruiting, or reintroducing beavers to restore aquatic.
Pretty low cost project too.
Right.
Yeah. We're good. Okay, next we've got Upper Sutton Creek Fish Passage Project. This was submitted on behalf of Nestucca, Neskowin, Sand Lake Watershed Council, asking for $350,000. Questions here on this one?
We heard about this one today, didn't we?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
seemed like a good project.
Yeah.
All right. Next, we've got the Leech Botanical Area Habitat Enhancement Project. This is submitted by the Johnson Creek Watershed Council, asking for $125,000. Have a match of $270,000, so more than twice the request. I reviewed this one. I scored it highly, just on the merits of the large wood placement, but also I do think that it is a benefit to having it in the Portland metro area, and that this is an opportunity to highlight the work that we are doing and to spread awareness around the fund and what its intent is to an audience that may not otherwise see it.
Well, I cycle on Springwater Corridor a lot, and there's a bunch of other projects that are just amazing to see, and there's great turnouts and great signage. Not exactly sure where this is on the trail. Is it close to Springwater Corridor Trail, or
I don't know the area.
it might be a little bit off of
The
it?
name, there's a Leech Botanical Area.
The Leech Botanical Gardens are very visited garden.
It's just downstream of that.
So this is a place where people could see this project, and I think that, I agree with you, Chad, it's a big plus.
Can we put a private forest accord sign on? this project?
They put a logo, they put our logo and name on there, statement.
Well, and they did mention in the application that the majority of the project is on a private holding. The public will not be able to get to. I believe it's just below that Leech Botanical.
Or have to be with a big sign.
Yeah, but they, yeah, But they made mention in there that there is a point somewhere, maybe along that trail you're referencing or whatever, where you could look downstream and see the first 2 or 3 wood, selections or wood jams or whatever they're gonna put in. And that was a site they were considering for a sign. So I don't know, it maybe to, just encourage that, you know?
Yeah, not so big that you can't see the project.
Yeah, right, yeah. So they mentioned that in the application, and I mean, I don't know. And, yeah, I encourage that or say that you'd really like to see that or something, but I had that same thought when I reviewed it, that this is a amazing outreach potential in an urban area that doesn't really even know the project forest accord exists a lot of times, I think. You know.
The Botanical Gardens is a lovely place, so next time you're in Portland, check it out, and then we can see our project. If we.
Okay, cool.
So next, we've got the North Fork Walla Walla River riparian management, 4.3 to 6.3. Oh, River Mile, 4.3 to 6.3. Floodplain restoration. This was submitted by the Walla Walla Basin Watershed Council, asking for 989,000. On this one, this is the holistic watershed and floodplain restoration project.
As a quick reminder, this one puts us over the 10 million mark, about 73,000.
It's a big project too.
Yeah.
This one I had some questions on staffing costs and where they were at in this project.
Mhm.
I was wondering about the executive director staffing. It just seemed a little high to me. Okay.
Kirsten or Jeremy, you guys didn't talk about this one today, did you?
Yeah, we
You
did.
did.
Yes.
So I assume that abbreviation is maybe North Fork Walla Walla River in the project goal statement,
Yes.
4.3 through 6.3. So this is a larger action that's been funded for a while, and we're picking up a kind of next phase of it.
It's a 5.2 mile reach total. And like the total project area, this is seeking for 2 miles. Of that, 1 mile is going to be the implementation and 1 mile is design. And so it's a multi-phased approach where they've already done the design for the mile they're asking to implement. They're working on the planning for the next mile, and then they kind of do it in two mile cycles for that 5.2 mile reach.
So the floodplain restoration, is it like a stage 0 project or do you have a, what?
I know that it was a holistic approach, letting the river choose its path. I don't know if it was full stage 0. I don't know if that was the language they used or not.
For those of you that reviewed it, did it look like a good solid? I mean, I assume it's ranking up here in the, above the funding line, but no more details on the project proposal and.
Well, some notes I jotted down. One is it requests 1,400 hours of staff time. I said, which may be reasonable. However, there wasn't any detail or explanation of the staff role or duties. And then it also mentions an extreme flood of 2020 wiped out much of the stream bed and adjoining habitat. It'd be helpful to have assurance that the redesign would have the capacity to absorb extreme events in the future. A little difficult to understand exactly what the construction dollars will pay for.
Right, because those are just those line items. The construction contract is 760,000 and the engineering contract is 150,000. To Bob's point, there was $71,000 in personnel costs. So again, that question of, do we want to fund their executive director at $20,000 and their restoration specialist at 37,000?
And I guess regarding personnel costs, an executive director and technicians associated with a specific project are kind of two different types of personnel.
Absolutely.
Where a technician associated with a specific project, I can see focusing on that project.
Mhm.
An ED, I have a hard time getting to. That is,
I would say it depends on the size of the watershed council. A lot of these watershed councils are like 1% of an FTE and they're like the doer. It's not, they're not some of the watershed councils are large and have that, but I don't.
I think we would want to.
so that ED would be fully focused on just this project.
I don't know this.
Right, we
watershed
could
council, so I can't say.
Imagine a
but-
situation.
That's my point
Yeah.
is, if it is a small watershed council and we are funding it at this level, is that the sole focus of that ED or do they have?
I know this watershed council through work I do in the Walla Walla, and it's a pretty small watershed council, and the ED is active in restoration work. Yeah.
I can just imagine that these funds then I just like, are we then paying them to work on the next grant application? Because I would just want to see these funds to go to, if it's going to that executive director, then that's their time to get this project done on the ground,
Yeah.
Again, it's 1,500 hours of staff time too. I think there's 4 staff on this. It's a lot of staff time.
Mhm.
Even if they're small, they've got 4 folks on it and 800 hours here and 400 there. And so I think the thing is, it doesn't bring the cost of the project down all that much. Most of the project is in the construction, so we're not going to take a lot off the top, even if there is some padding there.
And pardon my ignorance around the map here, but it says it will restore vital aspects of a 5.2 mile historic watershed, but we are working in 2 river miles.
Yeah, so it's just referring to the larger watershed approach, like since this one is a phased design, so they're only asking for funds for 2 out of those 5.2 miles, but they're working elsewhere, like, so they've already gotten funds for the design of the one they're implementing. Yeah.
Okay.
So they're working river miles 3.6 to 8.8, and so right now they're in the middle of that, they're asking for funds for 4.3 to 6.3.
I was just gonna comment on the staff time. So the ED, what is that 7 time full time? That's what they're at, 300 hours, but just remembering conversations last year, we talked about capacity building and this being an opportunity for watershed council and whatnot for capacity building opportunity. So that was some guidance given. Just as a reminder.
That's good to know.
Yeah, that's helpful.
But they're at 300 hours for the ED, 800 for the technician. So technicians really gonna be delving into it.
Well, we have gotten through all of them up to and slightly above our funding line.
Where did we land on this one? That we were good with it or that we're not good?
Well, we haven't landed,
Okay.
but we've gone through the projects. And I guess this is what I would like to leave the committee to consider and not discuss until tomorrow. If we accept this project, we go a little over our funding capacity there. If we don't, we move 4 more projects up above the line. And so it's just important to think as a committee, is the combinatorial effect of those 4 projects more valuable than the almost $1 million project?
Or
I
we
would
could bump
also like
2
to-
from, that we all talked, sorry.
Okay, no, go ahead, Fran.
There's that option and there's also the option of bumping a couple that we put a circle around the center.
And those are not this option or that option, it can be and.
Yeah.
So we can bump the 2 or address the few that we have circles around and bump this one. Or just do one or the other, and that's all up for discussion tomorrow, but things to think about. And maybe one project below would not be more important, but maybe the combination of the 4 or 5 below as a group then become.
I did want to just raise that we only received 1 tribal application and it's just barely below the do not fund line. And that concerns me. So it just, as we think about where some of these things should be situated, it's right on the cusp and that feels important.
That was just jumping out at me too, but it also made me want to know a little more to what degree tribes are engaged in the proposal, but maybe not as the lead.
That's what I was
project
gonna say.
manager or
A
something.
little bit above the line did.
There's a few tribes, and I do have a short list that are actually there, because it wasn't an easy grant. It was a complicated one, to an extent, but there's a handful that were partners actually on projects.
Well,
But it's still
the
different
point
than-
is well noted.
Yeah, for the process tomorrow, I don't know, like, there were some that stood out to me that are just a little ways down the list that I think it's worth like an opportunity to make a pitch for, like the Eagle Creek floodplain restoration design project. I thought that sounded really neat. In my packet, the Cheney Creek project was interesting, provided that the wildfire resiliency comes down. I suspect others in their packets may have had like your own like little green versus yellow versus red. And I would be interested to hear if other people had projects on this list that didn't make that top 24 that they were willing to make a pitch for tomorrow.
That's a great point. And I think we do have plenty of time. We've made the amendment that we're not going to include the public comment. We've got committee deliberations for an hour and the funding packet update for an hour. So I think we have plenty of time. To allow each committee member to elevate projects that didn't make it, that they would feel strongly about. And if we look at bumping some of these or amending some of these, we've got the space to move them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chad, looking at this map here of private industrial owners, it does look like there's some green around that North Fork Walla Walla watershed. Is that true? Does that matter to us that it's near or downstream of private timberland?
City versus Manulife, right?
Well, I guess to me,
I think it is.
I guess it's
That
more
doesn't
compelling
play
that it doesn't play a role.
well, all the others are as well, right? So
Yeah.
that doesn't separate the project in my eyes, right?
Yeah.
If these others are as well, that does.
I guess what struck out is on the Eastern Oregon ones, this was one of the ones that was near the private forest land. Okay.
But I left it funded on my list.
And incidentally, that map's just kind of silly. Like, there's so much small woodland owner land over there too. That's.
The Oak Tree map, that's much more.
Yeah.
I could print it.
And it's about the impact to the species, right? It's not necessarily about its relationship to private forest lands.
So we all have some homework to do tonight, and that consists of looking through the list and finding any project that didn't make it above the line that you feel strongly about. Please bring forward tomorrow. And think a little bit about those, like this large project right at the line. Not in the sense of how does it compare to the next one down, but how it compares to the combination of the next set that would then make it above the line.
There's 8 right below it that are just as tight as you could possibly.
That's right.
That's right. And they're all lower cost and with match, like the Cotton Creek Fish Habitat Restoration. It's asking for 163, but it's leveraging almost 400,000. So those are all things that we need to consider and be ready to discuss tomorrow.
And Chad, I would recommend that, I mean, the funding packet, there is a funding packet update line item, but it's essentially going to be the project, so we could just make that deliberations for tomorrow if we want to.
Say what?
I think
Sorry, what?
For tomorrow's agenda, part of it is a funding packet update, but since we haven't moved anything up or down of the line,
All right.
I'm just saying we can open that up if Chad's willing to, and Kristen, just to make that whole thing a deliberation instead. Because it would just be essentially what we talked about today.
It doesn't need to be an agenda item.
No, it does not need to be an agenda item.
Just following the rules here, I guess I would entertain a motion now to amend tomorrow's agenda to remove the funding packet update and use that time for extended committee deliberations.
So
Sorry. It's fine. But like, you're gonna have to update the packet, right? Like, you're gonna have to take that to the.
I will, yeah, I have a commission packet that will be coming.
Yeah.
But there's no point in providing the funding packet update prior to us deliberating what will be in said packet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like right now, the information I present first thing tomorrow, is the information talking about and you've received in that preliminary packet. So I think the time's much better spent to have discussions like what John. Let's allow that.
And then if we do make change, I'm just guessing that our group's gonna make a few changes to this list. Are you gonna be able to do that in real time so we can see it? Like see the, okay, no pressure, because I mean, I can't type if anyone's watching me.
No, we'll be able to pick stuff up and move things around as we get through that process. So we
It'll
can,
just require the text be even smaller.
yeah. Bring the binoculars and glasses tomorrow. Yeah.
We might need to just adapt on the fly too and treat it like a work session.
Yep.
You know, maybe you break for 20 minutes while we reconfigure lines in a
Exactly,
spreadsheet.
yeah.
and Present to you.
We're doing real-time stuff, so by the time we should have that packet, by the time everyone walks out.
And then tomorrow we're like giving away $10 million.
You're making a recommendation.
Yeah.
Mission is a good resource. Kind of cool, right?
Yeah.
Or last year,
Yeah.
about a month prior to this. Yeah, it's
Meeting for the first
a
time.
big deal.
in terms of timing tomorrow, does it still make sense to meet at 10 or because
9.
is it 9? Is that what it is?
It's 9.
9.
Okay. then.
9 to 11 is all.
You want to
It's
start
gonna go
earlier? Is that what
fast.
you're thinking?
Well, I thought we were starting at 10, so I'm in the wrong swimming lane to begin with. But I thought maybe that time was set aside so that Andy could update everything we did tonight. But if we're not updating everything we did tonight, we could start earlier than 10, but since we're not starting.
$60 sounds right.
That's a great window.
I think we'll probably have to start the meeting at the same time because there are folks planning,
Oh, yeah.
organize their day around it and may not be available. Does that work for everybody? Well, again, I would like to thank all of our PFA stream bios and all of your review teams. Thank you. All right. With that, if there's no other comments, we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you all.